Okay. That was enough fiddling around. I was trying to get this stupid browser into the right position, but still not shit right. Let's see if I can blow it up just a tiny bit more. There. Now it's fit correctly, sort of.
The art of...
Welcome to Wonka.
Nope. I wish these weren't all auto-playing.
We got a Patreon.
Yeah, I would really prefer if these things didn't autoplay when I click on them.
We got a Patreon if you want to sign up and help us make tunes to some of the weird sets we make.
Okay. Let me make sure that is in the right position. Okay. Bam. Alright, that's as close as I can get it, I think, without actually fucking up the video. Pretty full screen-ish. And then I can just, put myself right down here. Hello, good evening. Gonna watch a couple of things before I get gaming tonight. I don't know how long I'm gonna go. Just got a message from a friend that made me smile. So, you know, it's nice to be able to talk to your friends, you know? It's cheesy, but friendship is pretty cool. Having friends is nice. Being able to talk to people and relate to them and tell them stories and shit. But, you know, you probably knew that already. Anyway, we're gonna be watching this, Mobile Games Keep Getting Worse by Papa Meat, aka Meat Canyon, or Hunter. This guy. He's pretty cool.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about mobile games. Oh God! Yes, the time is here. We already did one of these tournaments before and it was so fun, and I've had so many people send me new mobile game ads, unhinged mobile game ads, that I feel like it had to warrant another. Mobile game ad creators, I don't know who the hell does the marketing campaign for this, but they should be given an award. You ever want to see a woman just get left behind because she's pregnant? How about like a baby wolf getting punched into a tree by like a kangaroo? Or just a series of onslaughts of uncomfortable things that I'm sure the gameplay doesn't match up, but we don't care about the gameplay. We're all here about trying to find what is the most unhinged mobile game ad. Part 2. If you haven't seen the first video before, check it out. It's a good time. Oh, me and my wife.
Trying to put a little black border around the whole video. Like a sort of letterbox.
Sponsored by Aura. Every morning, I sit down and I have Winslow tell me about what's going on in the world. I say, Winslow, what is happening? It's how I found out that over 2.9 billion records were stolen from the National Public Data recently. The MPD offers personal information to employers, private investigators, staffing agencies, and anyone running background checks. So yeah, well, that's not good. The stolen records include people's full names, their addresses, their birthdays, social security numbers, and even their phone numbers. Essentially everything. These hackers have access to everything about you. And to make matters worse, they've reportedly released this info online. Which is why I use Aura. Aura gives me alerts if any of my information shows up on the dark web. They'll let me know fast if anyone tries to access my credit card or bank accounts. And they also provide a bunch of other features to keep you safe online, all inside one app. Stop leaving yourself vulnerable to data breaches. Go to my link, aura.com/papameat to try 14 days for free. That's enough time for Aura to find out if your personal info has been exposed. Thank you so much, Aura, for sponsoring the video, and back to the video.
First up, we have Wolf Game, which is, I was just called Wolf
Bam.
Game. You're a wolf. That's all you need to know.
All right,
Wolf
look, I
Game,
think I got it
Wild
perfect.
Animal,
I can't
Mystic
see any of my
Spring
background.
Workshop, Mech
I can see a tiny bit of the
Domination,
search bar up
Fairy
here.
Escapes Adventures,
So let's see if I can get
Puzzle and Survival, Beast Lord, Mafia City, Last Fortress, Underground.
Hey,
Kiss
look,
of
okay, I think I
War,
did it.
Rise of Castles, Frozen Honey, ASMR, Evertale, Happy Hospital, Matchington Mansion, and Penny.
Let me
and
check on my
Flow. What's on the
phone.
top? Some of the stuff I see, Fairy
Pretty
Escapes
sure-
Adventures. I see
pretty sure it's right.
Matchington Mansions. I'm a little well seasoned now when it comes to some of these fucking things, and let me tell you something. The name will almost never match what is actually going to be happening on screen. I'm gonna guess that Matchington Mansion, I'm gonna shoot from the hip here, is going to have some kind of baby either freezing to death or being thrown into a dumpster. Without further ado, let's get into round one.
All right, I think
Wolf
that scaled
Game,
really
Wild
perfectly.
Animal. I don't know why that one gets me so good.
Cool.
Wolf Game Wild Animal versus Mystic Spring Shop. Wolf Game. All right, here we go. Round one.
What the fuck? Yeah, piss on that dog.
This truly
Fuck
is a
that dog.
Wolf Game. I feel bad for the little.
Fuck that
I'm
dog.
rescuing a cat, so I feel even more sympathy for this. The piss feels unnecessary.
Okay.
Hot, steamy
Yeah.
piss. They even put the
They did not need to-
steam in there.
They did not need to piss on the dog. What
No
the?
way we could show this. This is so stupid. What the fuck is this? First off, the wolf giving birth like a regular
What the
woman,
fuck did I just watch?
He's just popping them out. All right. This had
No. We're not just gonna move past that. What the fuck did I just watch? Did I just watch a dog giving birth to another dog? What? Wait, there's no way that's a game. There's no way that game, like, this is a common thing where, like, they'll make, like, fake mobile game ads, and it'll be like, ooh, look at this cool game you could download. And then the game you download is completely nothing like the game you actually fucking saw in the ad, which is not surprising. But there is no way that you can download an app where you play as a wolf helping deliver your wolf babies from your wolf wife. I don't think so. But hey, you know, that's what the point of these ads are. They're like rage bait. They're like engagement farming, you know? People will be like, "What? That's not a fake game." Or "That's not a real game." And then, you know, then they comment on it, and then they try to download it just to prove that it's not the right thing, and then they're like, feel vindicated. Whatever. It works. We're talking about it right now. We're watching it. I didn't say it's good, but hey, you know, it works. This face, though, look at that. Don't you agree with that? We just, take a little quick cap of that. Mm-hmm. And then we're just gonna post that in Discord. No context needed. There we go. Cool. Alright, back to the video.
This had some kind of a bit of a story arc.
Well, it's implied. It's like, wait a minute, this one doesn't look like me.
Well, yeah, it's like the whole thing of like the classic early 2000s joke where it's like white woman with white husband and then black baby, and it's just like, what? Why the hell are these gorillas kicking us? Also, they always have these
What the
like,
fuck?
throwing up blood. Absolutely.
You know what? I hope this is a real app. You got a team of gorillas punting around a wolf who's now bloody and sad. All right, I am so in. I had a drink. I've misplaced it, so I'm gonna keep playing this, and I'm gonna go find my drink. This is insane.
Escape or revenge? I like that. Well, we can at least know that this game is about revenge somehow. About
Level
growing
15
up and
wolf
becoming
killed
a
the
big
level
bad
12 wolf.
Also, did they
Oh,
talk? They
shit,
copied
he's level
the
8, 28.
wolf design from that PS2 or like the what was that early 2000s wolf game? Okami, something like that. It looks just like that.
Wolf game. Play now.
So they got like a Chinese guy to try to do like an Australian accent. Wolf game, play now. Okay, all right. Wolf game coming in. I will say the first one's just way. The first one was just, you know, that's off the chain. That's off the hook. Off the chain? What am I thinking? Mystic Workshop. There you go. There she is, getting squeezed in there. Oh, there goes her health bar. Not gonna lie, I'm kind of fucking with the sprite animation. The style's kind of cool, if I'm being for real.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, what did I come back to? What did I just come back to? What did I just come back to?
She's taking back shots the whole time, and it's just like, Mystic Workshop. I don't know which one I think is
okay.
I mean, the Wolf one, to me, feels like a winner. I think you gotta give it to Wolf Game. Next, we have Kiss of War versus Evertail. I'm gonna tell you right now that these are gonna be... I just know down the bottom of my heart this is not going to be as advertised. Let's see.
Oh!
Right, it says iOS. Is that what this is on? Or?
Uh-huh. Ooh, what?
Electrocute her on the ground. I like how they have to continuously have her ass get popped up and show her like camel toe from the back. How was that Kiss of War? See, this is where it pisses me off though, because I hate when the
right. What does that have to do with the game?
Big robot bitches with big camel toes popping out from the back, moose knuckles, and all this kind of stuff, jiggling asses. And then at the end, it's just like a girl holding like a World War II gun. Like what the? That doesn't. They really like the faceless robots. This feels legal. Yeah. There's definitely some guy on his phone watching this too, and he was just like, "Oh, it's armor. They're wearing armor." Kiss of War. This fucking pisses me off. This one pisses me off.
Uh-oh, this is awkward. My chat is in front of my own face.
Watching that is what it felt like. It felt like.
All right, I guess I'll move like my camera.
But is it a hinge? Compared to Evertail?
There we go. Let's move up here.
What the fuck is this? Oh, cool. Those are cool boots you get to put on her. How are we supposed to show?
I got these straight from YouTube.
I'm guessing it's supposed to tell you that you're supposed to just dress up.
What the hell is happening?
What the fuck was that?
It's cursed? It's cursed now? Alright.
I mean, this is a terrible round. Kiss of War, you're just frisking people. At least there's like some kind of implement of gameplay, I guess. Evertail, what the fuck even is that? I'm just gonna go Kiss of War. Evertail, I don't know what the fuck I was even looking at there. How about next up we get the Bag.
Get in the bag.
Mech
Domination.
It's just random things.
Oh, so it's grab bag. It's just a grab bag of random ads that maybe don't fit into, let's see here.
All right. Okay. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Show that? What the?
That's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Is there any moderation that happens, or can you just upload any ad you want?
Oh, you can upload any ad.
So
you can just upload anything.
You pay us, we'll throw it up.
Bitch, you're paying us. You put whatever you want on. Was that rape? What was happening?
Robot gorillas having their way with a robot velociraptor, and then to blur the velociraptor whole, they use a spicy emoji, kind of like, whew, I can't show you, this is too hot.
And oop.
Yeah, why do I kind of want to play the weird infection like game? Also, I like how these companies they'll get like 3D models and they'll just reuse the shit out of them. I guess just for cohesion reasons, I'm gonna have to go with Mech Domination. Even though, I mean, what the f is this tournament? Dude?
It's just mech rape. I mean, that's
versus Fairy
that's a genre, I guess.
The strategy of just showing something completely unhinged at the beginning of a video is such an interesting market strategy. Grinding a guy's on a cactus and then he slingshots forward and immediately builds a beautiful home. What is that supposed to tell us, Nick?
You work hard enough. You
have to push through adversity. Fairy Skates Adventures. I know this is should be the first thing I need to say, but how did her panties fall off?
While she's running, yeah.
While she's running, she's like, ugh. If a princess dropped her panties, would you smell them?
Oh, if a princess?
Yeah.
If I liked her?
If I liked her. Ah! What the fuck?
Pause! There's so much going on.
What the hell?
Dude. Oh, dude, him sucking her toes. What the f?
What, she dead? She got one shot?
Pushed her over and her water broke? What did she bomb the beautiful forest around her? And her house is made of gold? Or no, is it hay? Pushing her over and then seeing
okay.
I wonder if that was initially supposed to be blood, but they had to blur it. God damn! Snow White being all, come on, dude. Leave or stay? You leave. Yep, here we go. See, now we're getting back to the classics, dude. Give me a big old girl who is stuck in some snow. That's all I need, dude. This is easy gonna win. There's no way. Yippee! I get to live in this abandoned house and freeze to death. Fairyscape Adventures, and it shows a pregnant Snow White on the cover. Fairyscape Adventures is going to be...
That was a lot!
Rise of Cascading.
That was a lot, man.
That's going to be a difficult one to beat, dude. Next, we have Frozen Honey ASMR versus Happy Hospital. God damn, dude. The art for Happy Hospital is gruesome. It's awesome. What the Frozen Honey ASMR. Let me see.
People have like weird medical fetishes.
This is disgusting. What are you doing? No. You think I'm gonna eat this?
What the fuck?
That is disgusting. Do you think I'm going to eat this? It just like goes into her mouth. Do you think it's, once again it's that thing where it's like a free game, but they just are they making a profit off of like fishing for information?
Yeah, they probably run ads on it too.
I just wonder how these people stay in business. Like how where is this?
Where is the business model? Yeah.
Ew, what the
Ew, is that a butt?
Why is she face down in a puddle of water? Is this a dead woman? Ew!
Ew!
There's a maggot in an open wound. Choose tool.
Oh man, that was not good.
Yeah, I don't know why, but it's the cleaning videos like this satisfying. You know what I mean? I can see how people get hooked to this shit. Ooh. Why do the earwax look like a giant piece of shit, dude? That's disgusting. Are these bugs? Are they? What the? He pulling out of his ear. Oh, the sounds. All the pimples are coming out like tendrils, like the pus, dude. Honestly, though, I could see myself definitely playing this. Is that kind of? Would you play it?
Yeah, it's super fucked up.
Apparently, that's actually what the game is.
You actually get to do it? That's got to be huge points because these games never operate the way they would. Does it?
That's
this is
so
where I'm kind of at a
fucked.
crossrougs. If it's the most unhinged, could I still want to play
That's
it?
so
No. Then I would
fucked.
go Happy Hospital.
Oh god, I don't even have any original
So
commentary
Frozen
for that
Honey
shit.
ASMR,
Like
a little more.
People got some weird fucking fetishes, man. Like that medical shit, man. Like I cannot think of any reason you would like that other than like a kink. It's fucked up to me. Like that is disgusting. Pulling out the blackheads or whatever the fuck that was, and then pumping the pimples and watching it all like, that's honestly horrible. Terrible. I don't ever want to see that shit again, cause it's so bad. Not good. Okay. Just gonna enjoy the nice music for a second before we go back to whatever the fuck this is. Okay.
production value, dude. Win me over a little bit more. We're finding our groove here a little bit, because Fairyscapes Adventures and Happy Hospital so far are definitely at the top of my list. Those are the fan favorites right now. There we go. That's exactly what I want to see. Click it up. Matchington Mansion. It's a single mom with 2 kids in some kind of wind-ray terrain versus Puzzle and Survival, a zombie game. Let me see here. Matchington Mansion.
All right.
How? Please help them. Not my business. I like how it's a war-torn terrain. Black Hawk
Yeah,
style.
that's a good ad.
I don't know which side. I'm just not even gonna get involved. They sprayed and killed all the rats. Oh, you better not. Don't breathe in that poison, little girl. They put a bomb in the. Hi! God damn! Honestly, it makes you kind of play the game a little bit, though. Just being able to torture a family. Oh, that kind of sounds kind of. Doesn't it?
Hunter, what'd you say?
Get out of here!
What an idiot! Falling
What a
down.
horrible way, dude. You find out that your husband and some hot maid, and then you trip on the way out. Horrible last impression.
Not my
gonna lie,
business.
the not my business.
I like-
go a long way in this
I
conversation.
like the-
Not my business. I just.
It's not my business.
I don't want to get involved.
I am.
There we go. Yay, mommy! Mommy got a wheelchair. Oh, still cold there. The stove, or do we want a fishbowl? Okay, thank God we got the fire in there. Hey, it's warm in here now. Oh nope, there goes the roof again. The scream. This god hand playing with their lives. Always just kind of like, let me help you. Just kidding. Just collapses and drowns the people in snow. All right, next one is the puzzles. Puzzle and survival. I just don't. That was a heavy hitter. That was a heavy hitter. I despise these games, dude. I hate seeing these ads. There's something about having to watch them, like, it'll like, when they just shoot the thing and it does the countdown. It's like down to like 10. You're like, oh, just keep shooting it and it'll break. And then they switch over. They're trying to get you because you're like, well, I could do it. I hate this. I hate this shit. Such an interesting concept where it's just all about literally how can you hook them with sex right, like really quick, and then you show like, but this is the actual game. Oh, my got tore up out of that window. I will say at least this one, it's called Puzzles and Survival. At least they're showing puzzles.
I'm gonna tell you, these
But it
ads
still
are working
doesn't
on me
hold up
because they
against
got me
Matchington
like.
Mansion. Next we have Beast
I'm
Lord
hooked.
versus Mafia City. Okay, Beast Lord. Oh.
Hold on one second. I gotta make sure this is still dimensioned right. Because this is supposed to be for full screen. I forgot that that's how I have it. So it's 0.46. I think I'm like perfect on that. Maybe I'm losing like a little bit of the frame. But I don't think so. Okay, I think that's good.
Ghost flying out of it.
See, I normally watch on this monitor over here, and this is like my OBS and chat monitor. So, this is what I'm normally looking at because this is the bigger monitor. It's got more stuff on it, but this is my actual, like, interactive monitor. The one that I actually do stuff for my own eyes, because this is better quality, this has better colors, low, whatever. This is the gaming monitor, this is the looking monitor. On my screen, normally I don't have anything in, like, full screen. I have it, like, in windowed mode. So that's why you have these tiny little black bars, like, right here. Because right now I'm in windowed. So I can, like, move the window around and see things around it. But then if I hit the maximize, it still looks like it's the right dimension. It doesn't look like anything's being cut off. Yeah, as far as I can tell, nothing's being cut. So... yeah, I think I got this perfect. Alright, right there's fine. I'm just gonna leave it, because even in minimized mode, it still does work for this, so that's good.
This is just so sad. I don't know how I feel about the God Hand stuff, dude. The God Hand stuff scares the shit out of me. That's gotta be the look. He's doing fucking balls right there. It's like a ball shape. It's just a dying hippo. This is just animal cruelty is all this is. Oh no, but see, you're helping the animals. There you go, Beast Lord, the new land. Who the f threw the spear? Simba is haunting looking. Looks more like a rat. This is kind of epic. It's like this has gone on a long time. I feel like they're like, you were supposed to do 3 seconds of stuff. You're gonna start eating it. Yeah, there you go. Eat the bear, and then God damn. Hell yeah. Not gonna lie, the last little roars and stuff looks pretty good. Beast Lord's looking pretty good. Can Mafia City hold up?
I
if
guess.
there's any kind of racist Italian American stuff going on, it might win. I'm just letting you know that right now. Did he just shoot a load onto the floor? Hey, take care of this right away, sir. The city bows to your command. Was he drinking like a coffee mug full of creamer?
Mafia City. Download for free.
This is what the mob is all about. It doesn't even hold a candle. It doesn't hold a flame to Beast Lord. And then lastly, in the round one, I can't believe we're already through it, is Last Fortress Underground versus Penny and Flo. I have a feeling Penny and Flo is going to be dirty. It's a zombie game? He's pissing on a zombie, and then and a baby pisses the bed, leaves the husband to die, grabs the baby. They have a doomsday hatch in their backyard. There you go, make yourself a nice new bed. Oh, the fat survived. What will you do? Help him betray him. You already betrayed him once, why wouldn't you betray him again? Help, wife. Like how she's cooking cutting that zucchini. All right, sweet, they got the new TV in there. Gotta make sure you get your new TV so you can play Fortnite. Careful, don't drown. Oh, you stupid. The garden. God damn, I feel like that was 4 hours long. Watching that, I was like, is gonna be it? Penny and Flo. Okay, here we go. Already got the single mom probably here picking up stuff. Or it's a cheater, maybe. She's doing laundry. Please don't tell me she sits on the laundry. Binky, did she put the baby in the trash can thrown away? Did she put the baby in the and she's redecorating? She's like, well, now they don't have a baby room. The storyline is literally that she put her baby in the washer and kept it. Now it's time to see which kind of
that's the story.
And Penny and Flo, that's kind of what we're about here.
This isn't supposed to have lyrics. Thanks, Persona 5 music. Alright, cool. We're back.
Here.
Why he been chillin'?
That pissed me off. Watching that stupid baby, god damn it. So the baby's kicking, but he's actually busting a groove. I mean, I would still say Penny and Flo is probably better than Last Fortress Underground. All right, so we're at least in round 2 now. We've separated the weak from the strong, and now we're back to, okay, we're back to Wolf Game, Wild Animal versus Kiss of War. Wolf Game, round 2. Here we go, nice kimono dragon. Thank God Jesus Christ! All right, another wounded wolf. The wolf, oh God! You know, I'm gonna be honest. The cubes of meat though, huh? Kind of nice. I like the cubes of meat. He's got some armor, giant rat. I like how the first 2 were like realistic animals, and they're like, by the way, giant rat. Wolf Game. There you go. Huh. Kiss of War, it really needs to do something extra here. We need Kiss of War to be something more. Okay, dude. Kiss of War, what I don't like with this technology, the tiny hooker gun right on her. Oop, skim over the panties. So you're telling me I can look at a little panty here? Okay. Hooks her belly. Wait, what the? you, Kiss of War. I feel like Wolf Game has to take it again, probably, right? Next,
Yeah,
we
that game's
have Mech
fucking
Domination
wild.
versus Fairyscape's Adventure. I'm actually curious to see if Mech Domination can do something here to win us over, but Fairyscape, you know, that was like one of the first ones we fell in love with here. Not
What
gonna
the
lie,
fuck?
though, some of the mech designs are actually kind of sick. Can we give it a point for that at least?
Oh! Whoa, 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 whoa! How you gonna have classic face clipping right here? Look at that! Look at that! Look at that face clip. Here, we'll do a little bit frame by frame for you. Yeah, clip right into that back. Yeah. Yeah, next level clipping.
A little bit of robot dinosaur love making is always appreciated, but Fairyscapes, I just have a feeling it's gonna roll them. I mean, already. Too heavy to carry. Let me try. Oh. Good scream. Little Mermaid.
Whoa, whoa, hold on. What
I just have a
happened?
feeling it's gonna roll them. I mean, already. Too heavy to carry. Let me try. Oh.
Whoa. Why is she just suddenly screaming? Because she's giving birth? Oh, it makes sense. And then her, like... How old is this kid? Like, their face looks like they could be, like... I don't know, like 8 to 12? But they have, like, a tiny little, like, toddler body. Mommy!
Good scream. Little Mermaid. What? There's always so much child death. Have you noticed that? It's always like a mom who's like keeping her child barely alive. What the is those people doing to Snow White there? Those little dudes. Yeah, I thought the dwarves were. And there's a little something different there. I don't know. This one has a happy ending. I tell you what though, I gotta detract points away from it. I don't like the God Hand in the edits. I don't like the God Hand edits. It doesn't do anything for me.
Wait, what do you have, like, magic? Okay. Okay.
It always starts with something crazy, and then these Disney, there's starving dehydrated dwarfs next to a crystal clear lake, and she's crawling over. Yeah, God Hand again. God damn it! I will say, Fairyscape's Adventure, it didn't hit as hard as the first round, but there was it's better than Mech Domination.
Whoa, hold on, wait. What do you mean? You didn't like the part where she just like grows a dick and hits you with it? You didn't like this part?
I gotta move Fairyscapes up. I pray for it. You know, we'll see. Happy Hospital versus Matchington Mansion. Matchington Mansion that's a legacy brand. What is okay?
All right.
Oh god.
Ah!
Oh god damn! Oh the stretch.
Ah!
Okay, here. Oh my god, what is wrong with this beautiful woman's leg, dude? Hey! Whoa! I was just like, you have a very dirty leg. Let me see what I can do here. Get this little bug out of you.
Ah!
Because that is disgusting. This is horrid.
That's
I'm at a bit
so
of a crossroads.
fucked.
Matchington Mansion. Okay. She faked her pregnancy? She finds a baby in the dumpster. Ignore safe. Matchington Mansion is just, it's too good. Anytime a woman with a baby goes to a broken down shack, that's, I don't think that game ads have ever gotten that top tier.
Potato, pseudo gamer.
I'm getting
Damn.
crushed. There.
Why is she so dead?
Grandma getting crushed. There she is again. Oh, I wish Grandma was here so we didn't have to stay in this broken down home. The spray foam over the window, that's a fix. You did it. You fixed it. Oh, no, there it goes. Failed. You're dead. I will say Matchington Mansion too. They like having the people die at the end. They like the misery. Matchington Mansion just captures a level of just human despair that I just don't think I've seen in any recent cinema even. I feel bad because Happy Hospital is pretty good, but Matchington Mansion, there's a lot more diversity too. Happy Hospital, we get the same kind of bug over again. It is good. Happy Hospital does deserve points, but Matchington Mansion, I mean, I don't even know how anyone's gonna beat Matchington Mansion. The evolution of story. Next up, Beast Lord versus Penny and Flo. Okay, Beast Lord, God. Get out of here. Oh, there goes the ghost again. I do like Beast Lord uses the little spooky, ooh. Eat or help. Help. Oh, coward, dude. Eat a dying animal. Oh, they're friends. Eats one rabbit, gains 180 pounds. There you go. Eat the zebra, gain 4 billion pounds. Hell yeah. The animal cruelty ones make me just kind of sad. Nice little Lion King.
The animal cruelty ones make me sad.
In the situation, it makes me sad. So this is literally Lion King. The animation of this is absolutely cursed. Yeah, this is just Lion King. Beast Lord, I don't know. I have a feeling Penny and Flo is just gonna absolutely wreck this shit.
Nope.
Well, I guess it's time to clean up this house and remodel. My man's left me. It's not even a happy ending. It ends with her crying into her hands. It ends with her crying into her hands. Nick, there you go. Okay, a little armrest here. All right, she wants a family. Oh, are they actually going to do it? Showing a bunch of backstories to lore that we have no idea about. So there was no more turbulence and she's just making out with the guy? She fell in love, I guess. Oh, she did. She got married. Who the hell is this? Just a random girl doing dancing at the end. Okay. I mean, I feel like Penny and Flo has more of an emotional draw-in. Also, I don't know what it is about it, but I love the idea that every
This song
time
in the background
it's
a
just
little bit too
her
much.
showing up to her house and being like, versus Penny and Flo, I'm tired of seeing the animal abuse. And also, after all, they just literally went Lion King. I feel like I can't give them that many points. It's got to go to Penny and Flo. All right, semifinals. We're coming in. Wolf Game, Wild Animal versus Fairyscapes Adventure. I don't know
If Wolf Game doesn't win,
what is up with people? What is up with these game ads and gorillas? Oh, there you go. The shark bites the wolf's. Continuing by it, the gorilla is fishing with the wolf. It becomes okay. Okay, Wolf Game. Wolf Game is pushing
Wolf
the
Game
limits
is
here.
pretty awesome. Honestly, I kind of want to play
it.
it.
Always the pregnancy test. I'm finding that I really enjoy something that involves basically, oddly enough, pregnancy. Why do I enjoy that, Nick? I don't know. I feel like I'm learning
You have a weird pregnancy thing, dude. I'm just saying, like on Creepcast, I'm just saying.
Dark secret about myself. Maybe I want to be pregnant. They're just slapping her around. Goddamn. There goes the deal again. Oh, here's the God Hand. We've already seen this. Did you just shank her in like the back? Like she just shanked her in the spine like 3 times. I mean, I gotta go. It's just gotta go to Fairyscapes. Fairyscapes is just gonna win this one. I know it. Oh my God, this is in Mansion versus Penny and Flo. Okay, now we're starting to get
Matchington's got this for
sure. If it
sure.
holds up to what we've seen so far, then
Yeah,
I don't know.
Matchington's got this.
Kick my wife's ass. He's already voted. First off, Mansion's starting strong. A guy is doing sand volleyball against his wife with another woman. It's very crazy. Why my husband and my friend? They point a laugh at her. Leave me alone. It's too hot. Can I sit? They ever sit on a cheeseburger and she gets her head hit in coconuts. I like how it sets up the idea that her husband is basically in cahoots with her friend, and then it ends up with her being happy that she found a tree to sit under with shade. I need the toilet now. Get out of here! Leave him with it. There we go. They moved into a freezing house with shit, like a shit flood and a water flood. That won't do. What are you gonna do about the toilet? No. Nice chocolatey river here, and there you go. Now you're drowning to death in shit and water. Wow. What about Penny and Flo here? The Penny and Flo universe is so vast. It's like the Avengers, dude. It's a whole nother episode. I thought you were dead. Penny and Flo, let me tell you, Penny can never catch a break. That's just it. She just runs away at the end. Okay. I mean, Matchington Mansion. It's just gotta be Matchington Mansion. It's gotta be Matchington Mansion. The finals here we have are Fairyscapes Adventure versus Matchington Mansion. This is rough. I mean, there could be a way that Fairyscapes Adventure comes in, but Matchington Mansion right now, I don't see how that behemoth, that titan of cringe gaming ads can be topped. Fairyscapes Adventure, let's see. Oh my God. That is disgusting. That... Oh my God! What is that ending to? Holy shit! Okay, I'm not gonna lie, that might be the most unhinged one we've seen today. The stretch mark belly, him beating the shit out of the belly. Okay, hold on. Oh my God! Where are these coming from? That was painful. That was actually painful. Oh my God, there's one more. Oh my God. Wow. Okay. I'll be honest. Fairyscapes came absolutely swinging that last time. Wow. Oh my God. I'm like crying. Matchington Mansion. I mean, we'll see. We will see. Tastes like turd. Can you even cook? Divorce indoor. There they go back to the. See the rickety shack. They got to step it up somehow here. The rickety shack is funny. Don't get me wrong. I always love a nice abandoned house, but there's got to be. They got to step up here. She has She took all the babies to the frozen shack. I will say I'm gonna give them points because they use the exact same house every time. Why does my hubby lick my hair? Leave or endure and go back. I'm telling you, they got one more chance here to step it up. The endure and leave is so good. It's a nice house. Nope, it's not a nice house. It's the frozen shack again. Oh, Matchington Mansion. I've been singing its praise. The last Fairyscapes adventures that we saw were so crazy. I feel like it would truly be a disservice to not have them win. I mean, Fairyscapes Adventures is our champions here. Going up next to our previous champion, Emperor Beauties. They go on as the masters of mobile game cringe. I don't think I could ever do this again. I don't know how many more times I can watch a woman walk into a frozen house. I don't know. All I know is, you know, Fairyscapes Adventure, my hat, I tip it to you. What a crazy last round. What a haymaker. I didn't think they were gonna win. Until next time, everyone, don't download these games. I'm pretty sure they're Chinese spyware. One thing that I'm upset about, though, is I'm not seeing any Chinese dynasty kind of, because that was our champion last time. It was mostly like abandoning your daughter and then like they like marry somebody else, or you see your wife or husband cheating on you. It has really nothing to do with China at all.
I would like to apologize. I'm just typing on Discord for right now about games. So at least I'm gonna start this. Video layout is different to avoid garbage copyright claims. Still fits in well though.
That is a movie about the origin story. Welcome.
Excuse me. While this plays, I'll be right back real quick.
Welcome to Wonka. That is a movie about the origin story of William Wankstein, the famous chocolatier. That is totally different from Johnny Depp's depiction of Willy Wonka, where his dad was an asshole dentist. But anyway, Welcome to Wonka. That is a movie about the origin story of William Wankstein, the famous chocolatier. That is totally different from Johnny Depp's depiction of Willy Wonka, where his dad was an asshole dentist. But anyway, it starts out with him on a boat sailing and arriving at a small town after a 7-year-long life at sea. He's there to start his chocolate making career, and once he gets there, he gets onto the roof of his truck, which is super unsafe, and I don't even know how the driver allowed him to do this, but whatever. It's like a 1950s or 40s time frame where no one gave a shit about this stuff, so who cares. He eventually arrives at the center of town and keeps losing money due to him being a dumbass. Then he fucking hallucinates some shit and dances and daydreams about opening his shop in this place that is for rent, which is apparently a criminal offense. Fucking what? Doesn't matter. He continues singing into the night about how stressful it is to make a dozen sovereigns, which is their local currency, last in this town for one day, which would actually be easy if he wasn't retarded. Then he gives one of his last 2 shekels away to a homeless woman, then loses his very last one because he just had to do a pocket trick shot with it and becomes homeless himself. Further proving my point that he is a dumbass. Regardless, bro's still positive about shit. Finds a bench to call home for the night and pulls some shit off his hat because he's a magician as well on top of a chocolate maker. And because of that and the fact that this is a musical, random people just pop out of nowhere to fucking dance and sing. I'm gonna try and ignore most of the nonsensical shit that happens in this movie. Obviously, I'm gonna fail, but I'm trying my best here, okay? I'm gonna try and focus on other shit, like the fact that this presumably hot chocolate that he just poured froze solid in under 45 seconds. If it really was that level of super Antarctica cold, I feel like he should have died a long time ago of hypothermia. Anyway, this shifty ass dude with a mean dog.
This song has another vocal. I don't love it. It's another Persona song. Are they all just lyrics? If you're gonna make a lo-fi mix out of game music, you should take out the lyrics of it. Just saying. Just saying. Might be a good idea. Okay, so it's time to get started with the gaming a little bit. I'm gonna go ahead and launch it now while I continue playing this game. Or playing this video.
He's in and offers him a solution. He takes him over to Mr. Scrubbit, who he runs a laundry business with, but also offers to house poor sods like him for 1 single sovereign a night that he can pay off tomorrow. All he has to do is sign this contract. Then Noodle, a little girl that works for them, pops out telling him to read the fine print before he signs it. So he pulls the paperwork out to find a lot of that, but then goes,
ignore all the noise, the game's
because I
launching.
can't read, and signs it anyway. Bitch ass Scrubbit then shows him to his room and punishes Noodle for trying to save Wonka from a terrible fate. Next day he wakes up and goes to the Gallery Gourmet and sets up with his magical self-balancing cane to start selling his magical chocolates that make you levitate. He does a whole song and dance about it to attract people's attention, and also attracts the attention of the top 3 chocolatiers of this town, basically the only 3 chocolatiers in this town: Doctor Who Light, Fat Toupee Bitch, and Black Guy, who's their leader, who calls the police onto him. But while he waits for them to arrive, he goes down to try the chocolates with his rivals and find out that it is amazing, but regardless talk shit about it anyway because he's competition now. Then they start floating away and no one is at all freaked out by this, again because magical musical movie. In fact, people want to try it, so he starts giving out some of his chocolates for other people to try it, and they really start floating, unlike the chocolate seller dudes who had a few words to say first and start floating, which is an inconsistency that pisses me off, but whatever. Everybody tries the chocolate, everybody loves it, everybody's floating, and he collects payments for all these chocolates. Noodle is there to watch all this happen, but then the cops come to confiscate all his earnings for disrupting the trade of other businesses and selling chocolate illegally without a permit, and IRS type shit. However, they do allow him to keep 1 sovereign to pay for his room. But when he gets back to Scrubbit and Bleachers to do that, he finds out that he's incurred some extra fees for doing dumb shit like using the fireplace to keep warm, and each step he took up to his room was a fee. They keep going on like that, like, oh, what, you breathe air on our premises? That's gonna cost you. And it all totals up to 10,000 sovereigns worth of fees. And as per the contract that he signed, he's gonna be their prisoner and work it off till the day he works it off or dies, whichever comes first. So they throw him down the laundry chute and he meets the others that fell for the dirty trick: accountant guy, plumber woman, phone line lady, and James Gordon, aka blonde, fat, horrible comedian. Please don't ask me what that accent was, I don't know either. They all sing a song while teaching him how to work with them. Then when night comes, Miss Scrub and Shitty Teeth Guy remind them all that they can't leave till they pay off their debt and send them to their shitty living quarters in their shitty rooms that they cannot leave because they're barred up. Wonka walks into his room with water dripping from the ceiling. Noodle comes along like he didn't need to find print, and he's like, that's because I can't read. Yeah, but you still clearly knew it was a bad idea to sign it, as indicated by you going, oh, the longer the paper got, you fucking rotting mayonnaise brain bitch. Also, if he can't read, then how come he read and understood that daydreaming was a criminal offense without the cop speaking? Whatever, she gives him some slop to eat, but he's like, we ain't eating that shit, bitch. I'm making waffles. I'm making chocolate. He finds out that she never had chocolate in her life before, so he immediately opens up his mini travel factory and gets to making chocolate that's supposed to give them good ideas. And while that is being produced, he tells her about his childhood with his mom, who was a cook, and they both lived together on a riverboat. They were so poor that she could only manage to get him enough cocoa beans to make him 1 chocolate bar a year for his birthday, which he thought was the best chocolate there was, sparking his love for it and giving him the dream of opening up a candy store or chocolate store, what have you, in the Gallery Gourmet. But right after she finished making that last bar of chocolate for him, she died, taking with her the secret to why her chocolate tasted so good. The secret ingredient is love, isn't it? Just fucking watch. It has to be. Or it's either that or some
fucking watch, it has to be
affection or some shit. It's not an actual ingredient that you can taste, just like how KFC's secret spices or whatever don't.
Hold on, give me a second here. So if I copy this link and put it in right here,
Spices or whatever.
Then when I pop it out, it works. I have to focus a different tab. OBS is very specific. But hey, if you know how it works, at least it's better than a lot of the alternatives out there. There's a lot to it, but like once you understand how it's working, I think it's a lot better, honestly. See, now I've added this text here, which tells you what music is playing in the background. And it only barely interferes with the video I'm watching. I don't think I can improve it. I don't think I can move this anywhere. I guess I can move it down? Let's see, maybe I can. Undo. Okay, kind of. I like that kind of better because it doesn't actually clip into the video anymore. But the picture here in the background says Witchy Wonka on my willy until I Oompa Loompa.
We got a Patreon if you want.
This is whatever don't actually exist. You know what the secret ingredient is? A shit ton of oil and corporate greed. Alright, moving on. His idea chocolate is made right as he finishes the story. He only makes one of them. She takes a bite and he's like, this shit bussin'. Too bad I'll never taste it again though. So he promises her a lifetime supply of chocolate if she smuggles him out every day in her laundry delivery cart. She says it's impossible because Mrs. Scrubbit, or Miss Scrubbit, is it? I always get confused between Miss and Mrs. Which one is the one you're married? Doesn't fucking matter. Scrubbit, bitch. Always be
Miss
watching them like a hawk.
is.
But then the idea chocolate kicks in and she remembers that one time a exotic aristocrat came over and she got super distracted by him and stuck to him like flies on trash. So all they have to do is replicate that and they're golden. So Wonka himself takes a bite of his idea chocolate, which is fucking impossible because he only made one and she finished it. Also, the buckets full of dripping water on the floor seem to no longer be an obstacle for him walking around the room, as he's only seen of winning them twice, once in the beginning. Wonka himself takes a bite of his idea chocolate to buy him and stuck to him like flies on trash. So all they have to do is replicate that and they're golden. So Wonka himself takes a bite of his idea chocolate, which is fucking impossible because he only made one and she finished it. Also, the buckets full of dripping water on the floor seem to no longer be an obstacle for him walking around the room, as he's only seen of winning them twice, once in the beginning where he entered the room, and in my opinion took the wrong way to avoid them. This path is clearly more straightforward than easier. Why the fuck are you going that way? Another time avoiding with the slop. Anyway, he gets an idea, and that idea is to trick Miss Bullshit into thinking that Mr. Crabteeth has aristocrat blood in him or whatever, so she'll fall in love with him and drop her guard. Boom, you have a window to sneak out every day. While they were having that conversation, we see Chief of Police Officer Key go to a secret meeting underneath the church. He goes into the confession box where Father Bean is, pulls a secret lever, sending him down a secret elevator shaft into a secret lair where the three chocolatiers are, who on the outside are bitter rivals, but in secret have formed an alliance to keep out the competition, keep the prices high, and the product's shitty, just like the Phoebus cartel. I encourage everybody watching to look that up. And they bribed Officer Key to get rid of Wonka, but they wanted to do more than that because Wonka's chocolate is too good and very cheap, which means that even poor people can afford it. How disgusting. They want him to roughen him up and threaten to kill him if he doesn't stop selling chocolate. Initially, Key refuses, but then after they sing a bit and offer him 1,800 boxes of chocolate as a bribe, he agrees. And next morning, as Mr. Bletch is taking roll call, Wonka hints to him that Scrubba is into him, so he's like, "You what, mate? She totally wants to slob on your knob. Just take a bath, show some skin, and she'll be all over you." Then we see Miss Rubbish yelling at Noodle, who's holding a crude drawing that Wonka made of Mr. Bleach that says he's a Bavarian aristocrat on it. Noodle says she got it from this professor laundry client of theirs who's studying aristocrats or some shit like that. Scrubba drinks that Kool-Aid and believes that he's an exotic Bavarian aristocrat, so when he comes out wearing man-whore clothes, acting all schmexy to attract her, it works. And while the rubbish can lovebirds were falling for each other, Wonka was busy inventing a machine that would do laundry for them that's powered by Bleacher's dog. I'm not wrong in saying that this is a dog-powered washing machine, right? Anyway, with work taken care of, if he gets smoked
dog-powered washing machine. No, that's right.
Back before roll call.
They're using dog labor.
Clear to get out, so he does and gets all excited to sell his chocolate. But then he finds his jar empty, claiming that the small orange man that steals my chocolate in the night must have come again. She's like, "Dude, what? Are you high?" "No, he is." "Hey, you have no proof of this claim, bitch." Wonka apologizes and they just move on to the small orange chocolate thief and tells her that they can simply make more chocolate, but he's all out of giraffe milk, so they'll have to get more. So they go over to the zoo at night and use some chocolate that was not stolen to give to the security guard as a quote-unquote gift from zoo management. He falls for that and eats it, and this chocolate has a bunch of side effects, but the most important one and the last one is that it knocks him out. And once it takes effect, they enter the zoo. Is it normal to only have one guy guarding the whole zoo at night? Doesn't matter. They get into where the animals are kept at night and open the giraffe enclosure. Wanker gives the giraffe some mints and is like, if Noodle gives you chin scratches, will you trust us enough to touch your titties? No problem, I'm a hoe anyways. Just don't forget to sub to my OnlyFans. He starts milking it while talking to him and asks her about the origin of the name. See, she's an orphan that just showed up at Scrubbit's place as a baby, so like the good people they are, they slapped her with a 30k debt and raised her to be a slave and work for them basically. And when it came to naming her when she was a baby, they found her with a ring around her neck that had the letter N on it, so they named her JK, but you know that's what they would have named her in this time period, like the accurate. So don't get mad at me, get mad at history.
Well, you know.
In a house full of books. Wonka promises her to get her out of the wash house someday. Then she starts singing about hope or the lack of it or some shit. He finishes squeezing the giraffe's mommy milkers, then joins in. They run out and install up movie physics onto their movie and use all these balloons with super helium in them to walk on water, then fly away and dance on the Gallery Gourmet. That rhymed. Then they end up at the town square fountain with police guy Key coming over, so Wonka sends Noodle away with her precious milk while Key violently threatens him and tells him that if he doesn't stop making chocolate, he'll kill him, then lets him go. Wonka comes back to Scrubbit and Bleachers meets his fellow inmates who all took a break for the day because his invention was so productive that it did everybody's work. And they start asking him questions like,
Where have you been?
And why do you smell of giraffe?
bitch, how you know what giraffes smell like? Doesn't matter. He explains he's a chocolate maker that wants to sell chocolate to pay off Scrubbit, then open a store and shit. The accountant figures that that's not gonna work because the cops will always stop him. He knows this because he was Slugworth's accountant for a short while, and while working for him, he found out that he has two sets of ledgers, one for legal activities and the second one for illegal activities. He read it and found out that the three so-called rivals formed a chocolate cartel, watered down their chocolate, pool it together, and stored the excess beneath the church, and used it to bribe, blackmail, and bludgeon the competition. This is all protected by corrupt church monks, and a vault protected by an underground ninja. Skunkworth found out that the accountant saw the green ledger and fired him instead of killing him, now that he knows this very secret hypersensitive information that can end his career. What a moron. Anyway, the cops are in their pocket, he can't get a shop without selling chocolate, and he can't sell chocolate without getting a shop. It's kind of like the job market meme. So with his back up against the wall, he decides that the secret ingredient to his chocolate is going to be crime. And at night, he gives Noodle some chocolate through their prison windows, and they start discussing how to sell chocolate without getting caught. Plumber Woman then comes out of her window telling them that she can help because she knows the storm drain sewer system stuff, and they can use it to escape when the cops come once they catch them selling chocolate, and she'll help them with that if they cut her in on the action. The rest of the inmates also wake up and offer their help. How do Scrubbit and Bleacher not hear this conversation? Do they sleep in a different building? Actually, they're probably busy fucking, so makes sense. Anyway, we then get a song and dance montage of Wonka covertly selling chocolate till the police catches him, then he escapes into storm drains. He sells confidence chocolate, dance chocolate, Heracles chocolate, Noodle teaches him how to read, while the accountant calculates that their profits are through the roof, their stonks are all the way up, till one day after abandoning his collapsing chocolate stand and disappearing down a storm drain, the cops find a piece of his clothing stuck in the manhole cover, so Chief of Police Key puts one man on each storm hole drain cover. Then in the middle of that night, the little orange man comes again to steal Willie's chocolate, but this time he was prepared and set up a trap for him, catches the little midget, not so midget, traps him in a jar, wakes up, and formally gets introduced to Hugh Grant Loompa, who was stealing from him because years ago Wonka came to Loompa Island and unknowingly stole all of their very hard to grow and very precious cocoa beans, of which there were 4, while he was asleep on guard duty, so all the other Oompa Loompas exile him basically and task him to go get back what Wonka stole 1,000-fold, and then he'll be allowed to come back. He then tricks Wonka's gullible ass to let him go, beats him up with a frying pan, steals the baked chocolate, and gets away. Next morning he explains what happened to his friends and that they have no chocolate to sell today because he got stolen. They don't believe him, but it doesn't matter because they surprise him by renting the shop that he always wanted, so now he can sell chocolate legally without being bothered by the cops. The place is a dump, but it's got good bones, and he's ecstatic with this news. They are then spotted using the storm drains by the cops and Slugworth, which makes no sense to me because they should only be using it when the cops come, and the cops only come when they're selling chocolate, and the cops only know that he's selling chocolate when a huge crowd amasses around him, and they can't sell any chocolate because they don't have any chocolate. And even if this was taken from a different day when he made more chocolate, he's presumably not selling it because he's too busy fixing up the place and making chocolate for that place. All that being said, maybe the storm drain system is just too convenient not to use. Whatever, they fix up the shop and fill it with a bunch of edible chocolate and candy objects like edible flowers, bushes, clouds, and so on and so forth. By the way, since Wonka only uses giraffe milk, did they consume the soul of Abigail, that one giraffe? They must have milked that bitch dry. Anyway, he introduces the public to the store through song and dance. Everyone is stoked as balls, eating everything and buying lots of shit. But then some of his customers start getting adverse side effects. Their hair and skin start changing color, women start growing beards. So Wonka tastes the flowers and notices that there's Yeti sweat in there, the strongest hair potion in the world, apparently. And he didn't put it in there, so he announces that way that some of his shit has been poisoned and to not eat anything. They all get hella mad at him because it's kind of too late now, bitch. Then they get violent, destroy some shit, and set the place ablaze. So his friends get to work putting the fire out, and after they accomplish that, they find him very depresso espresso, which is now a shirt you can buy from me, by the way, link in the description. They give him a moment alone, then the 3 chocolatiers come in, and he correctly guesses that they're the ones that sabotaged his operation. You see, Officer Key told them that Wonka was based out of Scrubbit's Wash, and the little delivery girl has been sneaking them out, which immediately stands out to Scallywag Worth, which obviously means that Noodle is his daughter or like related to him somehow, and he really hates her and wants her in Scrubbit's Wash permanently, and that's why she's stuck there. Very easy read. Dude then dismissed any further help from the cops, went to Scrubbitch and bleached asshole guy, tells her what's going on. She was too busy fornicating to notice anything happening. Then he gives her the ingredients to mess with Wonka's candy that she somehow applied either to the finished product or in the process of making the chocolate and the candies. They are there now with an offer. They are going to pay off not only his debt but also all his friends' debts chocolates to Scrubbit so they can all go free. In exchange, he leaves town forever and never ever makes chocolate again. He agrees because he promised that he'd free Noodle one way or another. They send him off at night and goddamn, I can't see fucking shit. I know this is a nighttime scene, but did no one tell them that this is a movie and they can make it brighter in post? Hold on, let me fix it. Ah, too much. There we go. They put him on a boat and send him away. Humpa Grant Loompa follows him because he still owes him one last jar of chocolate and he'll wait here patiently in his mobile cocktail bar till he makes it. He also calls him a pussy ass bitch for not standing up to these bullies, but Wonka says that he had no choice. Then he notices that as a result of Mr. Clockworth's very strong and firm business handshake goodbye, his family ring left an imprint on his hand. What kind of dumbass words the ring pointing inwards? Doesn't matter, Slugworth does. And the ring looks very familiar to the ring that Noodle has except for a different letter, which gives Wonka a brain baby that makes him think that she's in danger, so he runs up to the captain to tell him to turn the ship around, but when he opens the door he finds a bunch of TNT dynamite. So they both jump off and the boat explodes right after. And we cut to the next morning with Scrubbit where Noodle is indeed in danger because as a result of Wonka's sacrifice, all his friends get freed, but she stays because Slugworth paid her and Bleach Guy to keep Noodle there indefinitely. Scrubbit is really rich about it and rubs it in her face, so Noodle goes, well, you know what? Mr. Bleacher isn't even a Bavarian aristocrat. We made that shit up. You've been fucking a common peasant this whole time, you dumb slut. So a pissed Slugworth puts her in the pigeon coop as punishment, but then William Wanker shows up. He swam back to shore, found his released inmate friends, got a goofy ass Johnny Depp-esque ladder, and is now using his multi-tool to take the chicken coop apart and save her. The rest climb up as well, which is insanely unbelievable because how the hell did Wonka not vibrate while they were climbing up? And how the fuck does the ladder support all that? No, I don't care. Moving on. Wonka's like, Noodle's never gonna be safe till Slugworth is behind bars, so they come up with a plan to steal the green ledger from the vault underneath the church and give it to the appropriate authorities to prove that he's dirty. He frees Noodle and they commence with the plan which goes as follows. Noodle slips some of the giraffe's favorite mints into Father Bean's pocket while the rest drug the zoo guard again and steal the giraffe. Okay, it's morning now. He can't be the only guard on duty that day. If not guards, other people, cleaners, people that take care of the animals and feed them and shit. For fuck's sake, where are the people? Doesn't matter. They transport Abigail the gay raft to the church and set it loose to cause havoc and chaos, and when Bean calls the cops for help, they intercept the call, pretending to be the cops, saying that they're sending over the zoo control or pest control, whatever. Animal control, yeah, that's the one. But then they show up instead, pretending to be that. They enter the empty cathedral that was empty because everybody's afraid of the giraffe. And it's a cathedral, by the way, not a church. Pretty sure it's the same thing. But they now have free reign on the inside and can do whatever the fuck they want, so they send Wonka and Noodle down the secret elevator while the rest take the giraffe away. Wonka and Noodle drug the guard downstairs and knock her out, then enter the vault, search around for the green ledger till they, by complete bullshit accident, find it in a secret compartment in the wall. But then the three chocolatiers walk in with a gun because Slugworth heard this giraffe crap happening on his car radio, immediately got suspicious and rushed over here. Wonka then goes, Noodle is not just a random peasant, is she? She's family. And he's like, yes. Called it, and explains that the ring she has with an N on it isn't an N, it's a Z, and it stands for her father's name, which is Zibbity, goofy ass name. He died, leaving Slugworth sole heir of the family fortune, but 9 months later, Owen arrived at his doorstep with a baby claiming to be Zibbity's kid. She came to his witch brother for help because the baby's sick and she's super poor. However, his greedy ass doesn't want to share the family fortune with this new fucking born bitch right here, so he just dropped her down the laundry chute of Scrubbit, gave the woman some money and told her that the baby died. Then somehow Noodle survived all this, grew up, and now we're here. Slugworth then takes the ledger and forces them into their chocolate storage vault where he intends to kill them by drowning them in chocolate. Just shoot them, for fuck's sake. Oh yeah, wait, I'm sorry, I forgot that every movie villain is contractually obliged to at least once try and kill the protagonist in a super slow and stupid way that leaves a lot of room for an escape attempt. My fucking bad, retard. Anyway, Wonka asks them to do one final request for him. They oblige and he tells them that he wants to give this jar of chocolate to the little orange man. Little orange man? What the fuck? Whatever, just hand it over, fine. But they don't believe in the little orange man, so they just eat it on the way up. They even give Father Bean a piece of the chocolate to keep him quiet. While the chamber starts filling up with more and more chocolate, they rise up to the window at the top and bang on it for help, except they keep changing positions between shots. I can tell that from Noodle's sleeves, as you can see here, she switches positions. But anyway, the chocolate consumes them, and right as that happens, Hugh Grant Loompa shows up and takes revenge on everybody that took the chocolate that was meant for him. He knocks out Mr. Bean, goes down the secret chute, flies over in his bat suit to the chocolate vault, and drains the entire vault of the chocolate reserves by pulling the emergency drain, in the process saving Noodle and Wonka. She finally sees him and believes Wonka. They get out and get the green ledger. That dumbass Worth put the thing back in the same hiding spot. What an idiot. They give it to a good cop who finds out that he is a corrupt cop, so he places him and the three chocolatiers under arrest, who all try to escape, but then the delayed reaction make you float chocolate that they just ate take effect. They start floating away, grab onto this fountain, but then Wonka reroutes the hot chocolate that just got drained to come out of the fountain, and it blasts out. They fucking fly off into space and probably die. He adds some ingredients to the chocolate to make it his own and invites everybody to drink from it. And isn't that technically the Oompa Loompas chocolate that he was owed because of the thousands? You know what? I don't care. It doesn't matter. He shares chocolate with the world and hallucinates his dead mom. Finally opens her final chocolate bar that she made for him, and she's a golden ticket in it where she wrote for him the secret to why her chocolate tastes so good. Finds out that the secret is sharing the chocolate with other people. Called it ×2. Sharing is caring. It's another form of affection. Fuck you, I called it. By the way, how's that chocolate not moldy and expired? That bitch died years ago. Whatever. He shares that chocolate bar with his friends. Then they locate Noodle's mom, find out she works at a library. Noodle is fucking besotted by herself when she reunites with her birth giver. Wonka then builds a new chocolate factory on the ruins of an old castle and hires Humpa Grant Loompa to be his taste tester. The rest go back to their normal lives. Also, Scrubbit and Bleacher get arrested. This movie gets 69 Great Danes out of 32 severed raccoon thumbs.
sorry, I was reading an email from YouTube. YouTube has responded to me regarding my podcast channel. What is this game? It doesn't seem like the name is available because the account that had the name deleted it. But now it's still like floating in the void and it's not claimable. I don't get it. I get it, but it's also like a really deleting your name should free it up in like the ether of usable names. So that's available? Oh, man. Well, nothing I can do about that. So, we will move on for now. And we're just gonna play the next video.
What game is this?
Maybe 75 places or whatever. Don't welcome places or whatever. Don't
I
actually
just want to play
exist.
the last 2 frames. Thank you. That's what I wanted right here.
The pink sauce ain't made one sale this month. Not one single sale.
Chef P's pink sauce has officially failed. In a series of update videos, she reveals her pitiful sales figures,
They gonna send me a check for
admitting she's clueless about the product,
I don't know what's going on with the pink sauce. I don't know where the pink sauce at.
whilst being in denial thinking it'll make a comeback.
The pink sauce will soon be a globally distributed product. I don't know how it's gonna happen.
The fact that she experienced any success now seems like a miracle, as by Chef P's second video she was already facing problems.
This is kind of interesting. I don't know who this video is, but I do like this recommendation. I don't like the boringness of just driving around this fucking barren ass world and shit. Like, I'm liking the game on merit. Like, I know it's a good series. I like the characters. I like the races or the species. I like pretty much everything in the game. But this, like, actually being, like, in-game and controlling the character kind of sucks. I feel like this game almost would be better as, like, a Telltale series. Where you're just making a bunch of decisions. But, purely just to compare it to, like, BioWare's other big hit is, Dragon Age. Dragon Age doesn't have you just wandering around a completely barren wasteland. Just, ooh, wow, hold shift, hit space. Hold W, hit shift, hold space. Whoa, this is fun driving. Highly interactive gameplay. Oh shit. Oh no, I didn't make it up there. Hold on, now I have to turn around and... Oh man, god, that was challenging. I almost had to think for 2 seconds. It's just tedium, and I'm not having fun with the tedium aspect of it. Like, if I can't go in here, this sucks. I would assume I can go in here because this looks like a mining platform, but of course it's not open. Why would it be open? It's a reusable asset that indicates a mining platform, and yet it doesn't allow me to go in it. I can't interact with it. I gotta drive up here and interact with whatever the fuck this debris... What does this icon even mean? Debris. Okay, that's what I thought. So I gotta go hang out with this debris here. Wow, it's another fucking space probe. Wow, I have to manually hack it again. So interactive. Ah! Just spam clicks until it works. Like, literally, this is the hacking. You don't even have to think. Just spam until it works. See? Wow. Ugh. Like, I told myself I was gonna stop exploring these fucking barren-ass planets, and honestly, I think I am after this, because the XP honestly isn't even worth it at this point. What I'm doing is completely taking away from my enjoyment of Mass Effect as a franchise so far, and, like, I don't hate the Mako, I just hate the Mako gameplay parts. Like, this is not exciting. Wow, I hacked some metal. How do I whatever, it's fine. If the planets are like the explorable areas of the planet were smaller, it probably would help a lot. Because you're just driving around holding the sprint button the whole time, hoping you get enough. It's just so boring. And then, okay, here's a combat part. Ready? Ready for it to be hard? Just shoot it until it dies. Hold on, is somebody fighting over here? What's happening? They die so quick, they're not like even enemies. They don't do any damage. They're not like a big threat. If you run them over, they just instantly ragdoll, so what does it matter? You can just like quick scope them. So am I just defending against Arachne Swarm? Is that all I'm doing? Cool, I guess. And now we're just done? Now we just have to sit here and wait?
Moving out.
Hey guys, how's it going?
I say we get the hell out of here.
Yep, me too.
Durand, ma'am. 3rd Brigade, 14th Infantry Regiment.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna play this though while I be right back.
In its very first showcase, the source had a vibrant appearance, but in the TikTok that followed, the pink was slightly different. The color has changed so much. 2 days later, it was back to a darker pink, but 5 days after this, it was lighter than ever before, creating instant suspicion amongst potential customers. Why does it keep changing colors every video, whilst the source's consistency was also inconsistent? In some videos it was thick, sticking to the food like glue, whilst in others it was watery, dripping off any food it was put on. The fact that the consistency has changed so much really concerns me, although as shown in the very same comment, people were also incredibly curious. Why was it pink? How did she make it? Most importantly, what did the pink sauce taste like? Chef P's friends all seemed to love it.
This is definitely a 10 out of 10.
But she didn't describe the flavor, building irresistible intrigue.
Honestly, it has its own taste. taste. If you want to taste it, buy it. It goes on sale tonight.
People had gotten to the point of demanding she sell the product publicly, as Chef P had held off for ages to ensure the sauce was perfect.
We are doing quality testing to ensure that we get the best quality out to you guys to have minimum to no complaints.
In a different TikTok, she included an inspirational soundbite stating, "The biggest thing you have to worry about is making sure your quality stays up, creating expectations that the sauce would be incredible." But as she announced her first drop of 100 limited bottles, the top comment hinted at the sauce's next problem. Is it approved by US Food and Drug Administration? Well, to put it simply, no. In fact, Chef P didn't even understand what it was.
What do you mean FDA approved? I don't sell medical product. The pink sauce don't contribute to your health.
Thinking the F in FDA stood for pharmaceutical. People are really out here buying and eating pink sauce.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. No. Okay. I misread that. I thought she posted that. Okay.
FDA stood for pharmaceutical. People are really out here buying and eating pink sauce from a woman who doesn't even know what the F in FDA stands for. To silence the backlash, she'd host a live stream titled "The FDA is at my house."
It is safe. We are taking the precautions.
Although people found this strange. Comments read, "That's not how the FDA works, as the FDA don't do house calls," forcing Chef P to admit she was lying. Turns out she'd been visited by Florida Health Services, which seemingly failed to make the product safer. The bottles had no nutritional info or list any of the ingredients, which Chef P still didn't disclose even after being asked.
I can't tell you the ingredients that I used to make it pink, but it's pink.
At a different time, she even lied about ingredients, claiming it had no garlic.
The pink sauce contains 0 raw garlic ingredient.
Although in a video of her making it, you can see raw garlic floating in the mix. People therefore stated, "Okay, but for real, what herbs are in the pink sauce? Because like I'll get some, but I don't want to have an allergic reaction." No ingredients listed sounds like a lawsuit waiting to happen if someone has an allergic reaction, forcing Chef P to reluctantly oblige.
I've been seeing all the shady comments. There will be nutrition facts. Calm down.
No, you kinda literally have to tell us how you made it pink, to which Chef P responded, "I don't have to do anything. Of course my package will have nutrition facts." This
Bitch, what? Of course my package and will.
"I don't have to do anything. Of course my package will have nutrition facts." This was confirmed as she sent her first shipment, but the top comment predicted there'd be shipping problems. Hey, I deliver for USPS, and we kinda just shove packages into the mailbox or lockboxes. These things are probably gonna overheat and curdle or explode, which turned out to be perfectly accurate.
Oh my god. Look.
You know, before I finish this crazy story.
Hell of a welcome. How'd it get this bad? Damned if I know, Commander. They dropped us here a few months back. We get supplies every couple weeks. We didn't see anything local that was more dangerous than lichen. Yesterday, these animals started coming out of the ground. No idea where they're from. This is what's left out of 90 men. I'm the ranking officer.
Why are you out here in the first place?
There's been a lot of pirate activity in this cluster. We set up a chain of listening posts in the local systems, in case they have a staging base.
They're called Rachni. You get a supply ship in recently?
Yeah, but that was an Alliance ship, Commander. I mean, it was a drone, running on automatics. But what...
This isn't the first time we've seen this. Will your unit be alright here?
What we just fought was a probe. Our seismic sensors are picking up a crapload more on their way up from underground. We've got 5 minutes, tops. We might be able to hold them off if we were at peak, but you can see the fighting's busted this place up.
Secure those negative waves, Durand. You and me are gonna hold this worthless rock. Look to your people. We'll see if we can fix your defenses.
Aye, aye, Commander. You heard the woman. Everybody pool magazines and grenades. Take a leak and a drink while you can. And if anyone wants a smoke, it's as good a time as any.
You got 15 seconds of smoke, homie. See, now this is a good mission. It's like a wave defense mission where I have to hold out and help these survivors. This is so far the best open world mission I've had. I like how these poisons can just go right through my ship. Pretty cool. Okay, repairing. And we're whole. We're holdy. I'm bored. No, I'm just kidding. This is fine. I just have a short attention span right now. ADHD is a bitch. Oh shit, they almost killed me there. That was a little close, guys. Good move. Your poison bolts actually do a little bit of damage whenever you get close. As stated, I'm really liking this quest, because it actually requires A little bit of car combat. I also did boost up the difficulty, so I would assume that's helping.
Holy hell, ma'am. Talk about
So-
a near-run thing. You alright?
I'm fine, thanks.
I'll live. You?
Still on my feet. But we've been fighting for almost 26 hours straight. None of us will be standing for long.
Ma'am, we're getting a signal from one of the ground scan UAVs. A big hollow space about 500 meters.
Classic clipping.
Right. That must be it. That must be where they're coming from. My people aren't in any condition for a clearing operation, though.
Just point us in the right direction.
You don't have to do that, Commander. We've bled them. We can probably hold until a bigger ship arrives to get us off-world. If you want to take a throw at it, we'll give you the coordinates. But it's your call. You saved our asses, Commander. Thanks.
Yeah, it was easy. Did these guns even work? Who knows? Anyway, back to the sauce. And I want a little bit of background music, so we'll pull up something real quick. Wait a second, hold on. Is this original game music, or is this... Sounds like original music, which I don't want. We'll try this. Cool.
Look at this! It don't even say pink sauce on this bitch.
The sauces had been sent in the middle of summer, and after taking 2.5 weeks to arrive, sauces had been sent.
That is pretty bad. That is pretty bad.
It don't even say pink sauce on this bitch.
The sauces had been sent in the middle of summer, and after taking 2.5 weeks to arrive, many had fully exploded.
And this is no ma'am, we're not trying this. Look at this. It stinks.
The bottles that didn't explode were still extremely bloated.
I'm just a little worried about it being swollen. I don't know if this is considered swollen or not.
In which case
it stinks.
The bottles that didn't explode were still extremely bloated.
I'm just a little worried about it being swollen. I don't know if this is considered swollen or not.
In which case the pink sauce became completely rotten. It was because the product contained milk and honey, which grew so much bacteria it It was because the product contained milk and honey, which grew so much bacteria it expanded the bottle.
So no doubt by the time you receive your pink sauce, the milk is already spoiled. So you're basically just buying poison.
A food safety expert stated, in some cases, raw honey can cause botulism, an extreme case of food poisoning, so it's no surprise that some people are reporting that they got violently ill after eating the pink sauce. One person claimed it sent her to hospital.
Y'all really need to stop buying these pink sauce from that girl on TikTok. Look where I ended up.
Explaining the pink sauce gave her real bad food poisoning. It seems to be the oil that she put on that sauce didn't sit well on me, whilst a Reddit user posted a similar story. My 13-year-old daughter bought a bottle of pink sauce online without my knowledge and is now in hospital.
That's fucked.
I can't even think straight. Chef P responded by claiming that these weren't real.
People making fake reports.
I know you can't see me driving, but it doesn't matter right now. What I'm watching is more interesting than this fucking gameplay.
But with incorrectly listed ingredients, this certainly could have happened. For example, the bottle's label misspelled vinegar as vinger, which could have just as easily been a misspelling of ginger. Another person noticed her using which could have happened. For example, the bottle's label misspelled vinegar. As vinger, which could have just as easily been a misspelling of ginger. Another person noticed her using a white mayo-like substance, which also wasn't listed.
She is using something that's not here to give it that particular color and consistency. Using something
white mayo-like kept on going.
There is nothing in the label of
consistency.
But the problems with the label only kept on going.
There is nothing in the label about refrigeration, nor is there an expiration date on the label.
In addition to no expiry or refrigeration warning, the bottle incorrectly stated it had 444 servings, which at 14.4 grams per serving meant the bottle should have weighed 6.4 kilos or 14 pounds. To add a cherry
yeah, that's a lot of fucking sauce. Okay, another simple but big problem with Mass Effect that I'm noticing is there's no jump button. Which I get, like, I mean, Gears of War doesn't have a jump button, but...
Get down!
fit the bottle, but surely Chef P was on standby to fix potential problems. Didn't 4 kilos or 14 pounds. To add a cherry on top of the cake, the label didn't fit the bottle, but surely Chef P was on standby to fix potential problems. Well, instead she was partying on a boat, blaming the customers for the product shortcomings.
You guys are judging a prototype. A prototype is when a product is not an official product.
However, a lawyer named allegedly Stephanie explained this wasn't even legal.
You cannot have a prototype of food, ma'am. When it is food, it has to be perfect, as in at least edible, at least not making people.
And this wasn't even
That's
legal.
a really good point.
Have a prototype of food, ma'am. When it is food, it has to be perfect, as in at least edible, at least not making people sick.
Leading Chef P to apologize.
My apologies. I'm only human. I'm not perfect.
And removed the sauce from sale until she could fix its problems. In the meantime, people began to joke. It's all fun and games till you see her pink sauce in the store, although nobody expected this would actually happen until it was announced you could buy the sauce in Walmart. Chef P stated, "I'm ready for chapter 2, having partnered with a company called Dave's Gourmet, who used their expertise to ensure the product wouldn't explode."
Thank you so much, Dave's Gourmet. I'm so excited about the growth and scaling of the sauce.
With articles such as how the pink sauce chef survived her downfall, and comments like, "Oh, I'm so happy for her. They were bashing her so much, it seems Chef P had fixed her reputation." She reassured the audience, "We will not let you down." And with the sauce in over 4,000 stores, Rolling Stone literally wrote, "It's hard to see what would stop her at this point. The taste of that victory must be sweet." Although only 16 days later, people already found the bottles being taken off shelves.
People have started to post videos showing that the pink sauce is going on clearance. Which, by the way, look at this color, and look at the color that the pink sauce lady showed. That is not pink.
As mentioned, the color had also changed dramatically. In multiple different TikToks, the contents turned a yellowish brown.
In reality, it's like the same color as cane sauce.
Possibly informing another massive price drop. It's funny because most of the pink sauce is on the clearance section in Walmart for 50 cents, but
that's
somehow the
not
bottles still
good.
fell further.
So a video just went viral showing the pink sauce on clearance at Walmart for just 25 cents a bottle.
Chef P's comments filled with people calling her a failure, yet she'd respond by stating, "When they say you fell off, but pink sauce just sold 200,000 bottles." People therefore thought she was doing extremely well, although it turns out the opposite was true.
That hurts. Evicted from my home. I had to go get $20 from my mama.
Pink sauce creator claims she's broke due to a faulty deal. "I don't even have enough money to buy my kids food." The article explains Chef P
Bitch,
had
that
opened a
seems like
GoFundMe
your
to raise
problem.
$100,000 as, "Right now I don't even have enough money to buy my kids food on my own. My mum is on disability and has been giving us $20 just to get by on a daily basis." This was confirmed by a video showing her eviction notice, claiming Dave's Gourmet had stolen her recipe and ruined the product by changing its color.
Dave's Gourmet should know why the sauce turned yellow when it hit the shelves.
She further added, "They lied to me. They are not paying me and are not being transparent about records. I have been silenced and financially sabotaged. They are refusing to pay me the royalty that is owed to me."
These people defrauded me, so I would have to sue them for fraud.
Hello, Marcus Blackwell. Found you were playing Mass Effect, so I figured I'd stop by for a bit. I hope you're doing well and think you deserve more views, myself. Well, thanks, Marcus. I'm not really playing Mass Effect right now. I'm mostly just watching shit that seems to be making me cringe. I'm pretty familiar with the Chef P pink sauce situation, but having it actually laid out in like a documentary detail video essay sort of thing, it's really making me be like about the whole thing. So either way, hey Marcus, how you doing tonight? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, misclick.
Although it turns out this was just another lie, because Dave's Gourmet responded, explaining that paid her 120 grand, which Chef P had wasted on luxury spending. That further explained that she'd requested over $10,000 in marketing expenses to throw herself a birthday party to maybe be featured on TikTok. She also requested that they pay for her dress $800 and shoes $600.
Ow, that almost killed me.
Chef P also attempted to submit
That poison is no joke. It's like so far the only thing that actually hurts in the game.
4 pairs of sneakers or expensing her grocery bills. But when Dave's Gourmet would not approve these expenses, she got upset and never collaborated with them since. Chef P instead took her GoFundMe earnings and relaunched the pink sauce in a new powder format, which supposedly somehow completely sold out. People joke that she probably only had 10 in stock, to which Chef P angrily responded.
Okay, I'm not loving the Arachne's poison damage. I just tuned up the difficulty from normal to hardcore because I'm like way too powerful in my build.
Exposing the product as extremely expensive.
Each one of these packets, one single serving, $20 a piece. I spent $80 fucking on what you're looking at right here.
He then had to spend a further $70.
We need
How are you gonna shoot through terrain?
About $150 is how much I've spent.
For what he discovered was a terrible flavor.
I'm sorry, Chef Pine.
Alright.
No, they're both definitely gross. It does not taste like ranch.
Give me a second.
40%.
There are 4 total sauces, 2 blue sauces, 2 pink sauces.
I missed a little bit
attempted
here.
to submit business
There we go.
expense reports for personal expenses, like buying 4 pairs of sneakers.
Pink Sauce Lady is a woman who should have faced way more consequences. I'm a little surprised at her audacity to do it again. You can never be surprised at retards. They will constantly blow you away. You will think for a moment that you understand them, and then they will do something so stupid that you'll question whether or not you're smart. So yeah, Pink Sauce Lady, yeah, she should be in jail. Like, putting people in the hospital because of complete mishandling of food delivery, period. Yeah, no. That's bad in every way. That's like anti-capitalism. When you buy something in America, you assume that it at least, bare minimum, is not going to kill you. But, you know, I guess you can never be too sure nowadays.
Negative contact, Shepard.
Ouch! Stop hitting me with poison. Wait, why did that res not work? Ah, annoying. Okay, like I said, I just cranked up the difficulty, so, you know, the poison damage specifically is going right through my shield, which really is like what I built my character around, is like just shield status. So it's really fucking me at this point. That's okay, once I'm not dealing with Arachne anymore, it shouldn't really be a problem. My sniper is just still way too powerful, like, damage-wise. Anyway, back to the video.
Or expensing her grocery bills. But when Dave's Gourmet would not approve these expenses, she got upset and never collaborated with them since. Chef P instead took her GoFundMe earnings and relaunched the pink sauce in a new powder format, which supposedly somehow completely sold out. People joke that she probably only had 10 in stock, to which Chef P angrily responded,
"Stop dying!
Thanks for keeping me on the algorithm with your meaningless comment. If she did only have 10 in stock, August the Duck bought 40%.
There are 4 total sauces, 2 blue sauces, 2 pink sauces,
exposing the product as extremely expensive.
Each one of these packets, one single serving, $20 a piece. I spent $80
What the fuck?
on what you're
That's
looking
way
at
too
right here.
He then had to spend a further $70.
We need 4 different ingredients to make this sauce. About $150 is how much I've spent.
For what he discovered was a terrible flavor.
I'm sorry, Chef Pie, but no, they're both definitely gross. It does not taste like ranch. It tastes far worse than ranch.
Likely contributing to Chef P's current position, literally 0 sales, as was shown in the opening clip.
The pink sauce ain't made one sale this month. Not one single sale.
And as of just the previous week, the pink sauce website is now fully deleted. On top of this,
Well,
Chef
yeah,
P's
it's
company,
inedible.
Crazy was previously listed as active, but after recently checking the very same page, it now rather says inactive. Should post on her Instagram, normalize being out of the loop. Like, what is even going on, LOL? Likely because she doesn't even know where to buy the original pink sauce.
I haven't seen
Breakfast
nothing
of the
at no
Arachne Wars,
Walmart
just
or no
rude
other
words,
store. And it's
male
my
gendered.
business. It's my product, and I don't even know where it's at.
And only that she's receiving basically 0 royalties.
They gonna send me a check for
Okay.
$121. Lord Jesus, take the wheel.
$121 is too generous. But Chef P's still convinced she has $1 billion business, which is a pretty crazy value everywhere for a product that's only sold secondhand on eBay.
We traded, okay. I guess I'll play smarter this time. Oof. Awkward. If you're still here, where are you from, Marcus? I'm from St. Louis. Well, from is subjective, I suppose. I've been living here for the last 20 years, so I am more familiar with this area than anywhere else in my life. But from here is a little bit disingenuous, I suppose, with just like the raw term of what that means. I was like born near Chicago, and then we moved down here toward St. Louis. Okay, maybe jumping up 2 difficulties is too much? I don't know. We'll give it one more shot here. Positioning matters. Okay, we got one right here. They can shoot through walls! I am not enjoying the cheating mechanic of the Arachne. They're shooting through the walls. I don't like that. Hello? Can I shoot? Okay, we'll try that again. Perhaps less bullshit this time. Why is this like this? Oh no! Okay, the game went from being too easy to too difficult with just two upgrades of difficulty. That does not seem to be, in my opinion, good gameplay design. But that's fine. We'll switch it to normal to veteran. Alright, now we'll see. This fly in my room is also driving me insane slowly. Can y'all stop blocking my shots? Whoop. Okay, I like this challenge right at the very moment right now. Positioning matters. Okay. I will make a quick notice, though. Enemies killing me instantly is not my sign or my signifier of difficulty. It's my signifier of bullshit. So, an enemy should not be able to kill me in, like, 1 second. Or, like, well, I mean, unless I can do the same. I mean, I can clean them up pretty quickly. So right now, I'm liking this. Them having more health than I can deal with. Not so much. The Arachne just cheat. They can shoot behind them, they can shoot through walls, they got like hit scan targeting. They literally can shoot through terrain. It's not fair. I don't enjoy this. Oh, it's just too much. Hello? Ugly ass. Alright, I'm gonna crank it back up to hardcore after this. When I'm not dealing with Arachne that can just shoot through my fucking shield. He almost traded with me again! Annoying enemies. These, not my idea of good game design, with enemies that can shoot through walls! It's fine. Like I said, though, just an enemy being able to kill me in, like, less than 1 second is not my signifier of difficulty. That's my signifier of bullshit. We should both be able to logically kill each other very quickly if that's the game design, but I shouldn't be able to pump 2 or 3 bullets into a fucking enemy and they kill me in just 1 fucking poison blast. Could be bullshit. I don't know. I don't like it. Okay, I will be right back real quick. I have to use the restroom and then I'm gonna queue up another video. Okie dokie, I am back. Now let's pick up something to watch. This seems interesting. This is a good title for a video right here.
There have been 15 stars of my...
Imagine scrolling...
What does it say? Blah, 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 blah. Okay.
Imagine scrolling through TikTok and you find someone who has Tourette syndrome. They record their daily challenges. I mean, everyday tasks like making food or brushing your teeth can be a difficult experience.
Oh, okay, I know who this is.
Some for the stove. It's too hot. Add the drugs.
Oh, wow, this is bad. I've seen her covered on Who Are These Socials.
Saying, hello, I have Tourette syndrome, tick princess. I'm a witch with ticks. I'm not possessed, I just have ticks. They even have a yarn dyeing business. I mean, it's great to see a creator with daily struggles succeed with their own business. I'm all for supporting small businesses, and I mean, they also educate people about Tourette syndrome. Meet Emerald, they began having symptoms of Tourette syndrome when they were...
I really like this wall thing. This speaks to me right here. I like this a lot.
6 or 7 years old,
This
which makes sense because symptoms
does not-
typically start between ages of 5 to 10. Tourette syndrome is a neurological disorder characterized by repetitive involuntary movements and vocalizations called tics, and they can widely...
I had minor tics, like, through puberty, but I kind of just, like, got over them. There was, like, little muscle spasms and just, like, weird, like... You know, like, shit like that. And, you know, thankfully that shit kind of went away, because that was very annoying.
vary in severity. They boldly brought their condition into the spotlight. People don't need to feel as alone. Almost every single video they made featured their tics and brought awareness to the condition. By mid-2021, when Emerald was 27 years old, their TikTok account had amassed over 500,000 followers. But despite their success, you know, every content creator is gonna get some hate, unfortunately, on the internet. People started saying that their tics seemed kind of forced and fake. How was it discovered that they were allegedly faking, leading to the permanent deletion of their account? Make sure to give this video a thumbs up, subscribe, and let's delve into what really happened.
Cool intro, I guess.
It all starts with Emerald's yarn dyeing business.
Okay, I really like this part. I don't know about this first part. I mean, just critiquing. Really like that part, you know, the retro.
It all
desktop
starts with
sort of
Emerald's
shit.
yarn dyeing business, Stardust Fiber Studios. In 2020, they did a lot of promotional videos for their business.
Yes,
on
I
their
had an
Facebook
earbud in
account
underneath my
before
headphones.
starting their Ticks and Roses account in 2021. But this is where things took account. In 2020, they did a lot of promotional videos for their business on their Facebook account before starting their Ticks and Roses account in 2021. But this is where things start to get a little bit suspicious. I mean, they claim to have Tourette's since they were 6 to 7 years old, and yet in all of these videos, they show zero signs of Tourette's or tics. There is a 1 minute and 53-second video in which there were no tics, and people found this a little bit confusing because on their TikTok page, they are ticking like every 1 to 10 seconds.
We are wrapping up with planting all of the little seedlings now. He's finishing up with the broccoli right now, or cauliflower.
I wanted to talk a little bit about wow. I wanted to talk wow. I wanted to talk a little bit about wow. Never mind.
People started commenting on Emerald's TikTok account and being like, hey, what dis? And Emerald actually had a reasonable response. They said they didn't tick all of the time, which, yeah, I mean, that is true for individuals with Tourette syndrome. You can experience fluctuation in the severity of your tics. Sometimes they might happen often, sometimes it might not even be noticeable or at all. It can be because of stress and emotional state. I mean, I have restless leg syndrome, which means that my legs will sometimes involuntarily jerk while I'm trying to fall asleep, or particularly at night. And, you know, if I'm more stressed, it might happen every night. But sometimes it can go like a half a year without happening. I know RLS is very, very different from Tourette's, but anyways, moving on. Also, if you are like paying attention to something, you might have less tics. Being tired or unwell might exacerbate tics. There are so many different reasons. By this time, there was already a Reddit made about them, r/ticks and roses, and they actually uncovered a 54-minute video with no tics. This isn't immediate evidence, okay, we figured it out, they're faking, thumbs up, subscribe, goodbye, because, you know, it's like when you find cockroaches in your kitchen. You find one cockroach, there are bound to be more. People with Tourette syndrome actually began to comment on this. They said a lot of their tics are very related to what is going on. Like if you see a dog, you might have a tic related to a dog, which is possible.
Hickory dickory dock. The mouse ran up the clock and stole his cock. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tiger, he's a hoe.
Usually tics are not context specific, but it does happen sometimes.
I realize that's not projecting. Give me 2 seconds here. Share, copy, transfer, move, copy, paste.
It happens sometimes. I've had cases where I like tick, what the dog doing when I see a dog. However, in every case that tics are triggered by something slightly related to the context, they are repeating. They will happen again and again. They are not going to be completely unique and fit the rhyme scheme of whatever you're reading. It just doesn't work like that.
Some individuals with Tourette's may experience echolalia, repeating words or phrases that they heard from others, or echopraxia, which is mimicking others' actions. If someone with Tourette's hears a specific word or phrase in conversation, they might involuntarily repeat it as a tic. This might make it seem like the tic is contextually relevant, but it is less common than other tics such as motor tics, you know, shrugging your shoulders or blinking. People with Tourette's began talking about how tics such as motor tics, like the tic is contextually relevant, but it is less common than other tics such as motor tics, you know, shrugging your shoulders or blinking. People with Tourette's began talking about how it seemed like there was almost a comedic timing for their tics. Some described how it almost felt as though Emerald was poking fun at tics, which is kind of a red flag that people with Tourette's started to call them out, because it's like, you know, not only do you have it, but you also have education experience with it. They said it kind of seems like a mockery and that they're laughing about how bizarre their tics are.
Send me to Canada! Eat the burrito. No. One for you! Pew, 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 pew. Mine.
Okay. This is not Tourette syndrome. This is not Tourette syndrome. I don't know what this is. This is like messed up. Even the most extreme cases of Tourette's.
Yeah, it's
do not present
LOLXD
this
random.
way. I feel upset now. Like I feel visibly shaken. After watching these clips, there is no validity. This is complete bullying on their part to the actual Tourette syndrome community. It's so offensive. It is so rude.
Not only that, but people found their Pinterest account. They are pinning symptoms of Tourette's, types of tics. Which, okay, I see you, Emerald. You are trying to educate yourself on your own syndrome. People started to uncover their past personas. I mean, they claim to have practiced divination since they were 6 years old. They claim to be a certified life coach. However, these were later allegedly disproved, and you know, this only makes you think, like, why would you lie about this? What else are you lying about? I mean, they claim to be past personas. I mean, they claim to have practiced divination since they were 6 years old. They claimed to be a certified life coach. However, these were later allegedly disproved, and you know, this only makes you think, like, why would you lie about this? What else are you lying about? I mean, they claimed to be a poet in 2020 just before they started their TikTok account, and yet, when they were reading this poetry, they didn't tick once.
Hey, thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to be here, if not a little terrified, to be honest with you. I want to swallow all of you and replace my blood with yours. I am someone lost in the desert who sees you and doesn't give a shit about water anymore. You are the living embodiment of satisfaction itself.
I could be off here, but I feel like the average person might be a little bit nervous when giving a performance, but they didn't even tick once, but you know what? I digress. Basically, Redditors believed that they tailored their persona to fit into whatever niche they were doing at the time. It just gets a little bit more sus as we go down the line. You know, they were posting on their yarn dyeing business and on their TikTok on the same day, and oh, look at that, they are only ticking on their TikTok. And once this discrepancy was noticed, they deleted the Stardust Fiber Studios videos off their Facebook. Which is like, okay, maybe they were re-recording the ones for Facebook, or maybe on TikTok they were only filming, like, they would film over and over until they had a tick. I would argue that that is exploiting them, but at the same time, it's like, you want to educate people, but then again, they are selling products directly related to Tourette's syndrome, so in that case, are they taking advantage of it? In one video, they claimed that they do not have coprolalia, which is when you utter obscene or socially unacceptable phrases with your tics.
Some people do cuss with Tourette. I am a part of the group that does not.
A small percent of people with Tourette's have this, but then later on, they actually do have it.
The mouse ran up the clock. And stole his.
Also, just my opinion, but it almost seems like they're trying to think of their tics before they're happening. You know, when they recover from a tic, they have time to, you know, put the headset back on their head or whatnot, and they're not as disturbed by it. Like, when they're cooking, they might, like, have a tic where they're going like this with the bowl and almost spill it, but they don't spill it. People with Tourette's generally, you know, your tic is completely disconnected from you. You will tic and then you might continue on with your conversation. I mean, it can, you know, confuse you, make you lose your train of thought, be distracting. They also seem to laugh a lot after their tics, which is like, okay, you know, maybe because of the unexpected nature of your symptoms, but tics are not planned or thought out. It tends to happen spontaneously and is disconnected from your thoughts. But by this time, the haters were in full force, you guys. They were getting a lot of comments on their TikTok saying that they have Munchausen by internet, which is basically when you fake or exaggerate an illness specifically online. They made an effort to dispel this. I mean, what better way than to show your diagnostic paperwork?
So I know you've all probably seen the chaos happening on my channel, so I wanted to show a little bit of my last outpatient consultation. Make sure you guys can see that. So yeah, that's kind of what's going on with me.
But this attempt actually just ended up giving Redditors more evidence. So I intern at the major hospital near my house, and I found some things a bit off. They used acronyms ADHD instead of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, PTSD instead of post-traumatic stress disorder. PTSD is listed twice. Paperwork goes through at least 2 doctors, so a mistake like that would be found and corrected. They used acronyms ADHD instead of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. They used acronyms ADHD instead of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. PTSD instead of post-traumatic stress disorder. PTSD is listed twice. Paperwork goes through at least 2 doctors, so a mistake like that would be found and corrected by the time it got to the patient. Autism spectrum rather than putting autism spectrum disorder. You must be thorough and say the full name of disorders/diseases. OCD in and of itself is an anxiety disorder, so you wouldn't put OCD with anxiety disorder because it is one. If you had another anxiety disorder, you'd list it. There is no such thing as anxiety disorder. You know, your anxiety OCD, you'd list it.
Hey, there we go. Post-traumatic, specified phobia, social anxiety, obsessive compulsive, separation, generalized anxiety, panic. Gotcha. Very intriguing.
There is no such thing as anxiety disorder. You know, you might have panic disorder, you might have generalized anxiety disorder, but not just anxiety. Same with depression. I mean, is it persistent depressive disorder? Is it major depressive disorder? In the history of present illness, they said that Emerald was a very pleasant 27-year-old left-handed lady. They might describe how the patient behaved or what made them pleasant, but you don't need to compliment the patient in your notes. Maybe they were compliant with treatment, but they wouldn't just,
They're very pleasant.
While other people came to their defense. I review medical records as part of my job. I have seen this language, very pleasant kid, in records if the doctor is older or from a different culture. I've also seen a lot of doctors use acronyms and outdated terms in records before. But still, others were pointing out things like, why is it important to know that they are left-handed? I mean, left-handedness can be linked to brain function and lateralization. Understanding the link between brain hemispheres and tics might be something of interest. Doctors do have a stigma that they can be careless with their writing, and it's like, why would Emerald be dense enough to make their own fake diagnosis paper and not even look over it and look up basic things like types of anxiety disorders? It sounds sloppy enough to the point where it might be real. Maybe they went into the doctor and faked tics and did get a genuine diagnosis. But diagnosing Tourette syndrome involves a thorough evaluation from a psychiatrist or neurologist. It includes detailed interviews, behavioral observations, and sometimes standardized assessments. So this long-term observation might make it difficult to convincingly fake the disorder. So okay, maybe they just wrote the whole thing themselves, whether it was in Microsoft Word, Google Docs, or just Photoshop. This was actually starting to seem more likely. I mean, people pointed out how they actually use a different, more updated logo now, but the logo they were using was one of the very first results when Googling the hospital they went to, Virginia Mason. Redditors pointed out how in almost all of their paperwork there is a tiny TM at the top right corner, but the letter Emerald showed had no TM. But if you go on Google and look up the logo, look at that, there is no TM. Redditors also said, biggest red flag and possibly the smoking gun, visit date 4/21/21. This is a consultation form given after a first visit. Why are they only seeking treatment now? At that point, people started to jokingly make copies of Emerald's diagnosis paper. They immediately disabled comments and deleted the post a few days later, and I cannot imagine the feeling of being caught right-handed, lol, in this situation.
Got him.
When I was a kid, and my sister borrowed one of her friend's Barbie dolls, and she just brought it back the next time she played with it, and she didn't even tell her, so it's kind of like stealing and just bringing it back. And so I did the same thing, and as I was walking out the door, their mother noticed. Probably a similar feeling, although theirs included impact on genuine sufferers and stigma, whereas mine was just kind of testing boundaries at a developmental age. But at this point, I mean, there is still not strong enough evidence to completely say, all right, goodbye, fake. Actually, they took a step back. Maybe Redditors were wrong. They found an old video of Emerald claiming to have Huntington's disease.
My name is Emerald, and I have Huntington's disease.
Although they are distinct neurological disorders, they do have some similarities, as in involuntary jerking.
It affects all aspects of a person's life. It causes movement disorders, such as involuntary jerking, impaired gait and balance, and difficulty with speech and swallowing. Making the time I have meaning is what matters to me. So yes.
Personal data recorder for Major Elena Flores.
But Huntington's disease doesn't.
Play the first entry. Sigma 23 is almost fully operational. The barracks and storage lockers are complete, and we've begun stocking the munitions. It's highly unlikely the Alliance will patrol in the nebula. I expect our only risk will be from pirates, and who'll believe them? Looks like we'll have space for 2 reinforced platoons of Cerberus commandos.
Cerberus? I do not think I have heard of that organization before.
Yeah, you have. You've been traveling with me. We heard about them in the last, 4 missions. Remember when Toombs killed the scientist right in front of me and was talking about Cerberus? You were there.
Play the second entry. The package arrived today for field testing. I'm told they're fundamentally similar to the units being developed on Novaria. They promise this batch will be stable. Something about them developing in proximity to the master control unit. We detected some pirates setting up an anchorage in a neighboring system. I think we'll try deploying them there first. Play the second. We detected some pirates setting up an anchorage. Play the last. They escaped containment. Clever bastards. We treated them like animals. We should have treated them like POWs. They're spreading. boarding the supply ships and sending them to random destinations. They'll be all over the cluster in a week. General, if you recover this message, my advice is, screw the Rachni. They're too smart. Use one of the other projects. Flores, signing off. For the final time.
Arachni experiment gone awry. Again.
Let's go.
Sure. Go back to the fucking maze, right?
Doesn't have me. Thank you.
Redditors found an old fundraiser in 2014 from Emerald in which they stated that their entire family was affected by it. However, in order to be diagnosed with Tourette's, you have to have symptoms that are not related to Huntington's disease. It is possible for a person to have multiple psychiatric or neurological conditions at the same time. After all the feedback about their diagnosis papers, they actually deleted their account. I mean, is this the end of them? It was actually just the end of a chapter, and they would create a new account called Stardust Pagan Priori. On this new account, they would stop focusing so much on educating about Tourette's and rather focus on witchcraft. They said, I'm only gonna post videos on days that I don't have tics because I was bullied off of the internet.
Hey, I was not planning to address this anymore because addressing it has not fixed it. I have not gotten through my tics. I just don't record on days that I have my tics because I was literally bullied off the internet. So I do
Maybe
not
because you're a
do
fucking
awareness
liar.
for Tourette's anymore, regardless of the fact that I do have a clinical diagnosis. So I'm spending my time on my yarn business and on my religious group, and I just want to live my life, and yeah.
We still didn't have
Maybe you
any
shouldn't be a lying
solid
grifter then.
evidence that they were faking, right? I mean, not yet, until their family actually commented on the Reddit. The Reddit was getting more and more followers, and on May 21st of 2021, their sister actually commented. Jade4101 said, introducing myself and the truth. Hi everyone, I recently found out about everything going on. I wanted to clear up some misconceptions and share my part. I am Emerald's sister, and we grew up together. Although we were raised a non-denominational Christian, my mother, who is an amazing woman, and I have always been supportive of Emerald and miss them dearly. We have always accepted them. They cut communication with us. We tried to reach out, but they no longer wish to have contact with us, and we haven't talked in years. I'm just commenting in hopes of clearing up misinformation. Also, my grandpa does have Huntington's. It's late onset, which means it doesn't show up until later in life. My grandpa is currently suffering from the side effects and is not doing well. It's very sad. My mother has it too, but is not yet showing symptoms, thankfully, and I have not been tested. Lastly, I do not believe Emerald has Tourette's syndrome, and they never showed any symptoms as a child. It's incredibly disrespectful to fake a mental illness for any reason. I'm extending my sincerest apology to everyone their actions have hurt. Although I know it's not my apology to give, I do wish for Emerald's safety. All I ask is respect and privacy for my parents and grandparents. And if you don't believe me, I'm happy to answer any questions you all may have as long as they are not disrespectful. The post got over 609 comments, and Jade actually responded to a lot of the comments. Do you know why Emerald might have fabricated all of this? Did they have a tendency to want attention regardless of it being good or bad? Jade said, honestly, I am unsure why Emerald would fabricate this. I was kinda in shock when I first heard about everything. But yes, they do have a history of fabricating stories or stretching the truth, so to speak. Emerald did get tested and was positive for Huntington's. I'm not sure why they changed it in the document, but I do know they got a professional diagnosis years ago. I hope you don't mind me asking a couple questions. What do you think of them profiting from faking Tourette syndrome? You know, with the shirts and other merch, as well as advertising through their TikTok channel, and profiting in general from Tourette's. I just find it weird how you say that they are mentally ill in some ways, but faking the Tourette's seems so calculated for profit. I mean, what do you think of their motives? And one more question if you don't mind. Emerald said they don't want to have children because of hereditary illnesses, but recently they played the victim by saying that people are threatening them and their children. Can you confirm once and for all, or do they not have children? Jade said, I think it's absolutely disgusting to fake a mental illness for profit and clout. I think what Emerald is doing is unethical and disrespectful, which is why I decided to speak out. I don't know what their motives are, could be anything, attention, money, I'm not sure. I do know that they have struggled with mental health issues, but not Tourette's. Emerald has no biological children, but I believe their partner has children, so that's probably who they are referring to. Their sister also allegedly dispelled claims that Emerald had, such as, you know, being a life coach or practicing divination since they were 6 years old. Emerald made an old post saying, hello, my name is Emerald. I am a diviner from the Pacific Northwest. I have been practicing multiple divination techniques since I was 6 years old, originally taught by my grandmother and uncle. I have nearly 20 years of experience that I would love to share with you. I will not sugarcoat your message, but give you the truth of what the cards are saying. I am also a fully trained life coach. Their sister Jade replied and said, my opinion is that, to my knowledge, neither our grandma or uncle taught them divination techniques. Emerald did take an interest in it later in life though, but definitely does not have 20 years of experience. Someone also questioned Emerald's claims of being a fully trained life coach, and their sister responded, I have no idea what they are referring to. Back when we were in communication, Emerald never mentioned anything about life coach training. That was a while ago, so maybe it's something they have pursued since. I doubt it though.
Wow, this is bullshit. Okay, I wasn't expecting resistance.
Jade replied, I do not believe Emerald is on the spectrum, although any recent diagnosis I would not know about. I can confirm that they do have PTSD. That part is true. They don't have seizures, but they would often faint a lot when they were younger if their heart rate got too high. Although I suppose it's possible that was an act as well, I'm not sure though. Someone also asked if Emerald's partner might have been the one encouraging this faking behavior, and Jade replied, I've thought about this a lot. I've actually met Emerald's partner back when we were still talking. I think it's entirely possible they could have played a role in it. I believe that their partner is being complacent in Emerald's fabrications and even supporting their behavior. Michelle note, I don't know, but this could actually make sense because a lot of the recordings they did, they had someone else recording them, and it almost looked as though they were looking at the person recording them like, oh, did I do a good job faking? I mean, who knows, maybe they were allegedly faking all of these tics in front of their partner 24/7, but I mean, I don't know about that one. After all this, Emerald actually responded to the post themselves. My diagnoses that I have gotten in adulthood, you cannot speak on as we have no contact. And do not blame my partners. You said that this has been hard for you, and that was never my intent. I started awareness because I never wanted anyone to be as ashamed as I was. This visceral hatred has been hard for me. It caused my children's school to be called because someone said lies, and they tried to take my children. They are afraid to go to school now. It caused my car to be trashed. It caused me to be spit on in public because I wanted to help people. The money I received, I donated. I volunteered with the Tourette Association of America. I did public outreach. I was interviewed for a person's thesis. I was interviewed for a podcast, but asked them not to air it out of concern for them. The messages I got from people saying that their child wasn't afraid to go to school anymore because of me changed my life. Or a woman saying her husband finally saw a neurologist and getting help. I met friends who had the same experiences as me, who made me feel seen. Now I've closed down everything Tourette's related. I've given up. You all win. I'm back where I started, living in shame of being different. Please just leave me alone now. A day later, the Tix and Roses TikTok account was deleted permanently. They did address this on their business page, but you know, it was a little convenient that there were no tics. Okay, maybe Emerald does have Tourette's and their sister just came up with this and fabricated this because they want to have a more distant relationship with their sibling. In their post, I feel like they said so many things that weren't really necessary. It was really just taking the victim card and a lot of the victim cards in general. In my opinion, their post really lacked accountability. Saying things like, "You cannot speak on my diagnosis," makes it look like they are trying to shut down valid concerns. Relationship with their sibling. In their post, I feel like they said so many things that weren't really necessary. It was really just taking the victim card and a lot of the victim cards in general. In my opinion, their post really lacked accountability. Saying things like, "You cannot speak on my diagnosis," makes it look like they are trying to shut down valid concerns that others have. They're portraying themselves as a victim of circumstance. They kept talking about how they have suffered, how they were wronged, without acknowledging any potential faults or reason for the backlash. They also make claims about the positive impact they've had, like making a thesis, or a child wasn't afraid to go to school anymore because of them. Which is great, but it feels a little like manipulation to gain emotional appeal and sympathy. It's kind of like they're trying to distract people from the real issue here. I don't know if there could be any legal trouble to them admitting that they literally don't have it. I mean, wouldn't there be anyway? But I do wonder if it would have been a little better if they would have said, "You know what, I did fake this. I might have had reasons. I'm so sorry for all the stigma that I've caused, that so many people with Tourette's are now being fake claimed because of my content." The only issue is Emerald claimed to have symptoms since they were 6 or 7 years old, yet, you know, their sister had never seen symptoms. It doesn't even end there. Their mother actually came forward and posted on the Reddit. You know it's bad when mom is coming to post. "I am Emerald's mother. I'm sure many of you won't believe me or will demand proof, but the truth remains that they are my daughter. The thing that stood out to me about this post is how you are happy and pressured to get their family to come forward and clarify. You have no idea how difficult it was for Emerald's sister to speak up. Understand that when you see someone on the internet, you see a piece, a fragment of their life. A broken relationship that we desperately want back is now further from our grasp. Emerald could do nothing in my eyes that would make me love them less, but my heart hurts for them. My heart hurts for the very obvious mental illness that I can't seem to help them through. You may be counting it as a win for you guys who are complete strangers, but could be causing pain to others by dragging the family into it. Understand that a person who does fake an illness obviously has a mental illness. They are a human being, and while that doesn't excuse their behavior, they are still sick, just with something different. Granted, other Reddit pages are worse, but this page too has bordered on a hate page. I asked myself why I would want to say anything to these hateful people who don't even know us. Had you just kept yourselves respectable as truly concerned citizens, maybe I would have said something, but felt I didn't owe anything to people with pitchforks and torches on a witch hunt after someone who, regardless of it all, is still my child. I saw Reddit pages specific to calling Emerald out on the Huntington's disease diagnosis. And again, I was horrified with the comments I read, knowing that it is a true diagnosis. One that will kill me and eventually kill Emerald.
It doesn't matter. Your daughter was a lying cunt, and people found out, and nobody likes a lying cunt. That's pretty simple to grasp.
Understand this. We have had no contact with Emerald for almost 5 years, and this breaks my heart every single day. Emerald's sister and I have no idea of any new medical conditions that they have been diagnosed with in the past 5 years. We can only speak to the Emerald we knew before that. If you suspect someone faking a disorder in the future, I think it could be handled with much more tact and a lot less hate. I do agree with the majority of what Emerald's mom was saying, but at the same time, at what point is mental illness an excuse? I do have a lot of empathy for Emerald's family because, like, yes, it was good that they came out and said these things, but also I can imagine that it made their relationship with Emerald a lot harder. At the end of the day, I mean, Emerald's sibling nor their mother could really come up with a reason why Emerald would do this. My personal analysis, I think that people fake disorder for a plethora of reasons. I think the validation validation and the attention that they were getting can definitely set off a lot of happy hormones. I was watching a YouTube video, I can't remember exactly who it was, but they were saying like, it's awful being a content creator because a lot of the time your YouTube is like feeding you these things and you're like, okay, how do I replicate this one video that did really well? How can I be better? You know what I mean? It's always pushing. Hormones such as dopamine or oxytocin can be released temporarily and you feel euphoric. You can have some of the same hormones that you feel when you are on drugs or in love, and in this way, it can be very addictive. Internet fame often comes with a lot of positive reinforcement, like, you know, likes, comments, shares. This immediate feedback can become highly addictive and rewarding. The validation from a large audience can boost self-esteem and create a strong desire to keep that attention coming. You have a community and a belonging, but also there are monetary rewards. You know, in Emerald's case, maybe they made money off of monetization. I don't know if they were monetized, but they also had this yarn dyeing business. In these cases, we can see, like with Two Souls, One Bod, you know, they were making money before on the internet off of their giantess website. They claim to be hacked, but allegedly just, you know, ran off with the money. It can also offer an escape from real life insecurities or responsibilities. Will we ever be able to see the real reason why Emerald faked it? I don't think so. Some people might not even know why themselves. I would love to know you all's thoughts in the comments. It is definitely a sad situation when someone is literally outed by their family. Anyways, thank you so much for watching today's video. As always, make sure to give the video a
Well, maybe you shouldn't fuck over your family and betray them.
Below. Thank you so much. It helps with the
wild
algorithm.
take,
also,
I guess.
Thank you so much to each and every one of my members for supporting my efforts on this channel. It seriously does mean the world to me. But to everyone, I hope you have a good day, night, whatever the case may be, and peace out.
Thanks, Joker.
You need to turn back, Commander. You're going beyond the range of the operational area.
No, I'm fine, actually. Alright, I will be right back. Gotta use the restroom again. I'm gonna pick something to watch after I get back. Alright, time to pick something to watch.
School. Homework, detention, swirlies. There are lots of reasons why someone may not want to put their kids in a typical schooling environment. And there are lots of reasons why kids themselves hate school, especially if they live in the US. Maybe not the worst education system in the world, but we sure are gunning for it. With all those reasons, it can make sense that someone may want to try out alternative schooling methods. The most popular being probably online schooling, which is something that a lot of people became familiar with in 2020. With online assignments and Zoom classes, it makes pretending to do algebra while playing Animal Crossing much easier. Then of course you have homeschooling, where your parents get to decide whether you're a dumb kid with no friends or a smart kid with no friends. But recently I found out there's a third option.
So we don't teach our children anything. Everything that they learn is in response to either their interests or their questions. We have no curriculum, we have no school hours. We really just respond whenever they want to know something and do our best to make sure they really get it.
Free schooling or
Oh my
unschooling is
God.
like a branch of homeschooling minus the schooling. This website says it's an educational philosophy that relies on a kid's innate curiosity and desire to learn. In families that practice unschooling, students do not attend school and do not follow any set homeschool curriculum. So they typically don't have any courses. They just go about their day, and if the kid
Hey, man,
happens to
that's
ask a
fucked up.
question like, hey, what's math? Then the parent would explain it and try to teach in the moment, which relies on the kid to ask really good, insightful questions all the time, which they usually do. Mom, why is my booger purple? Also, during which year did the French Revolution end? But she goes on to show us an example of the unschooling her son has been doing.
My son's 6, and it took some patience and not comparing myself to other moms, but this is his book. Look at this. Lamp, egg, jar, lion. This is him doing this by himself.
So her son is 6 years old, and this is seemingly the first time he's ever written words down. All of the top comments are pointing out that this isn't very advanced for a 6-year-old, and I don't have a way to gauge whether it is or not, so I asked my mom, who homeschooled 5 kids. She said, well, there are way too many factors to consider. Are they a first child with a stay-at-home mom? Is their birthday at the end of the year? Then wrong there. That's the wrong there, Mom. Yeah, that looks about like I would expect a 6-year-old to write. That doesn't seem extraordinary. And then, of course, she closed it out with the smirking emoji because she thinks it's just a regular smiling emoji, and I am not going to explain to her why it's not. But regardless of skill level, I don't know that this can be called writing, not because of how it looks, but because she mentions he's been going around the house and copying these words down, so he can't write them from memory and probably doesn't know what they mean. He's just mimicking the lines of the letters, so this is more like drawing. She's also said that they teach in moments exactly like this. This is where they would educate while the kid is showing interest in the topic, but I don't think she did that.
This is him doing this by himself.
From what we can see, they didn't go into any more depth. There isn't any more writing aside from what he put there initially, so they didn't turn it into a lesson and have him practice. But they did stop to make a TikTok, so while he's not getting a proper education, at least his parents are using him to become social media influencers. Phew. My f***ing light just...
And my big fear about free schooling was that if my kids only went towards what they were interested in, saving all of their real estate only for things they're interested in, not cramming it with anything necessary, I was concerned that they would never be interested in things like reading and writing and math.
To counter this fear, have you tried teaching them reading and writing and math? It's really good for kids to learn at this age, and he clearly wants to. If you don't make an actual plan to educate them now, this is the level that they're gonna stay at. The motivation is only gonna decrease. Hey, Timmy, you wanna learn about the alphabet now? Egg. Timmy, it's not cute anymore. Egg. Timmy, you're 17. Egg. But something Timmy would want to learn about is today's sponsor. Timmy. This video is sponsored by Opera. Whenever I'm editing on a time crunch, I have a tab open for music, a tab open for sound effects, one for piano. Ask about math sometimes too. Opera today. Thanks to Opera for sponsoring, and let's get back to the video. She says he'll ask about math sometimes too.
Same with addition. Mom, what's 7 plus 5? It will come at the right time.
Why does she pause like this? The stare that she does is so scary. If my mom looked at me like this after I asked a math question, I would never ask one again. But maybe this is a one-off. Maybe she was just really excited, and typically she does turn questions like this into a teaching moment.
When you say that somebody's bad energy and you don't like them because they're bad energy, what you're really saying is that They remind you of yourself.
What if that was a teaching moment? What if they were about to ask what trigonometry is? While she doesn't push her kids to learn things like reading and writing, she does make sure to give lessons on the really essential things.
There was a god named Kronos, and he was so afraid that one of his babies...
You know the data you took from those Geth control nodes? The information you uploaded to Alliance Control? I want a copy of it.
Alright.
You want to bring this data back to the migrant fleet?
Those files have information that could be vital to our efforts to understand the Geth. It could be the key to helping us reclaim our homeworld.
It'll take years to decipher and analyze the data.
Maybe even decades, but it's worth the time. This information will give us new insight into how the Geth have changed and evolved over the past centuries.
Go ahead, make a copy.
My people, I owe you a great debt. One I can never repay.
Okay.
The only thing I can offer in return is what you already have. My solemn promise to stay with you until Saren and his Geth armies are defeated.
I never wanted anything more.
Thank you, Shepard.
Sure.
Commander,
What up?
How are you?
Why did you want to be a C-Sec officer in the first place?
That's a good question. There were several reasons, I guess.
Like what?
Probably the same as most officers. I wanted to fight injustice, wanted to help people. I guess my father had something to do with it too. He was C-Sec, one of the best. I grew up hearing about his accomplishments or seeing his picture on the vids after a big arrest. He's taking my resignation pretty hard.
That's tough. But you'd think he'd be impressed you're going after Saren.
My father's a C-Sec man to the bone. Do things right or don't do them at all, he says. He thinks I'm being too rash, too impatient. He's worried I'll become just like Saren. He actually talked me out of becoming a Spectre when I was younger, for the same reasons.
You were asked to be a Spectre?
Well, I was targeted as a possible Spectre candidate. Me and about 1,000 other Turian military recruits. I could have received special training, but my father didn't like it.
He despises the Spectres. He hates the idea of someone having unlimited power with no accountability. He wouldn't like you, Commander. No offense.
I suppose I can understand his concern.
You can. But Saren's not going to play by our rules, C-Sec's rules. If you want to nail Saren, you need to send someone who isn't restricted by policies and procedures.
Just because you can break the rules doesn't mean you should. I don't need to stoop to Saren's level to stop him. And neither do you, Garrus.
I see what you mean, but I'll think about it. Thanks, Commander.
Yeah, sure.
Commander? Sure. I was hoping to get a minute of your time. Off the record.
Is this duty-related, Chief?
No, ma'am. Well, maybe. I know things are different aboard the Normandy, but I'm concerned about the aliens, Vicarian and Rex. With all due respect, Commander, should they have full access to the ship?
Who the fuck is Vicarian? Garrus? Okay. I don't think I've ever seen or heard his last name, so I don't know why you just... Whatever. It's fine.
Was going to take over his kingdom, that he said every time one of my sons is born, I'm going to eat that. I'm gonna eat my own son.
Learning the ABCs? No. We're too busy learning about cannibalistic deities. It's more important, and Kronos is really cool. He kinda aged. Her child is asking questions here, but mostly because he doesn't know what the fuck is going on.
Why is he gonna eat his own son?
Because that's the nature of chronological or Chronos time.
Ma'am, this child is not learning anything from what you just said. Even if this kid understood what that answer meant, it wouldn't be an answer. Because her answer was just, that's just the nature of chronological time. Just because it does, that's how it is. You can tell he's completely lost, but it doesn't matter because this lesson isn't for his benefit, it's for hers. More specifically, it's for her business's benefit because she promotes her book and website at the end of it. On that website, you can get some of her.
You don't trust their motives because they're not human.
This is the most advanced ship in the Alliance Navy. I don't think we should give them free rein to poke around the vital systems.
Kill yourself.
Sensors, weapons.
That's a
You're
no,
Ellen.
Chief. You always second-guess your superiors?
Ma'am, no ma'am. I'm sorry, I was out of line. I'll get back to my duties, Commander.
That's not what I said. I said I don't like your racism. Garrus, Rex, and Tali have been nothing but cool. Maybe I need to run more missions with you lame-ass human people, but y'all fucking suck so far, so kill yourselves. Ah, shift. Gotcha. Okay.
So, we've got Saren on the run.
It won't be long now. Saren's good, but I'm better.
Good. He's rotten. To the core. I could tell as soon as I met him.
Why didn't you tell me this sooner?
I would have if I thought it was important.
I'll decide what's important. Now tell me how you know Saren.
This was a while ago. A bunch of mercs were bragging about a job out near the edges of the terminal systems. They said it paid well and the boss was never around to ride them. They said he was looking for more men, too. So I checked it out.
I didn't know Saren was openly recruiting mercs.
It wasn't that open, and he only showed his face once. We'd been raiding ships in the area for months when we took out this massive cargo freighter. Our biggest haul yet. I was on board checking bodies for valuables, looking for some extra credits. That's when I saw him.
What did Saren want with the ship?
I don't know what he wanted. He was just moving through the ship, watching. A couple of the mercs called him by name, but he never spoke to them. Never spoke to anyone. I had a really bad feeling about him, so I got the hell out. Didn't even wait to get paid.
What kind of cargo was the freighter carrying? What was Saren after?
I don't know. All I saw on that ship was food and medical supplies. There were some basic weapons, but nothing big. If there was anything of value on that ship, I didn't see it. That's why I didn't mention it sooner.
Whose ship was it?
There was a Volus trading vessel. Big one. Lots of guards. But they were no match for us.
That's the only time you saw him?
Yeah. Didn't even know who he was. Still wouldn't if I hadn't joined up with you. But my instincts were right. Every other merc on that mission turned up dead within a week. Every damn one.
Are your people really dying?
We're sure not getting any. We're too spread out. None of us are interested in staying in our own system.
So long, Rex.
Shepard.
Shepard.
free audiobooks, or you can enroll in her school workshop for money. So she can teach, but only if you're a paying customer. Maybe your kids would be able to read if they weren't so broke. Oh, you want to count to 100? Why don't you put 100 big ones right here first? Let's start there. One of the key points in unschooling is that the kids learn life skills and not just scholarly ones. For example, how to cut vegetables.
I'm amazed. I'm amazed. Technique, baby. Technique. Good job.
Is the point of this to prove that unschooling is effective here? Because to me it just proves that over the course of 4 years your child developed fine motor skills, and I don't think unschooling is responsible for that. If anything, they should be way better at this. If they're at home doing it all the time, they should be Zorro at this point. She's got a literal baby waving a knife around, and
This Saren is trading people to aliens for some kind of lost knowledge. But we can't get backup from the council? Sorry, Commander. There's writing on the wall here, but someone isn't reading it.
The council doesn't want to believe anything's wrong. I'd call it human nature, but...
I hear you. It just seems like a group that's been around as long as the council should see this coming. It's funny, we finally get out here, and the final frontier was already settled. And the residents don't even seem impressed by the view. Or the dangers.
Well, well. You're a romantic. Did you sign on for the dream, Malenko? Secure a man's future in space?
Yeah, I read a lot of those books when I was a kid, where the hero goes to space to prove himself worthy of a woman he loves, or, you know, for justice. Maybe I was a romantic in the beginning, but I thought about it after brain camp. Biotic acclimation and temperance training. I'm not looking for the dream. I just want to do some good. See what's out here. Sorry if I got too informal. Protocol wasn't a big focus back in Rot.
Tell me about it.
Biotic acclimation and temperance didn't last past the airlock. To the kids they hauled in, it was brain camp. Sorry, hauled in is unkind. We were encouraged to commit to an evaluation of our abilities so an understanding of biotics could be compiled. There are worse results of accidental exposure to element 0 in the womb. Beats the brain tumors some kids grew up with.
What are you talking about?
Is there some question about how you were exposed?
My mother was downwind of a transport crash. It was before there were human biotics, a little after the discovery of the Martian ruins. It only gets iffy around 63 when kinetics was running out of first-gen subjects. Until then, they'd relied on accidentals. A bunch of guys in suits show up at your door after school, and next thing you know, you're out on Jump Zero.
Jump Zero is Gagarin Station, right? What's it like?
Yeah, that's the official name. Biggest and farthest facility we had for decades. Right on the termination shock, the outer edge of the solar system. It's where they did all the Goose Chase FTL research before we caught on to using mass effect fields. It was a sterile research platform when I was there.
Oh, I'm sorry, what did you say?
Jump Zero is
that's it. It's where they did all the Goose Chase FTL research before we caught on to using mass effect fields. It was a sterile research platform when I was there.
There were other kids in the same boat, right? At least you weren't alone out there.
That's true. We did have a little circle that'd get together every night before lights out. We didn't have much to do, though. It was a research platform then, and kinetics kept Jump Zero off the extranet to prevent leaks.
You were all teenagers. I'm sure you found other ways to occupy the time.
I'm not the sort who does that kind of thing, Commander. Not lightly, anyway. There was a girl I spent a lot of time with, but we kept our clothes on. Rana. She was from Turkey. Her family was very rich. But she was smart and charming as hell. Beautiful, but not stuck up about it. Like you, I guess. Ma'am.
Damn.
You know of any intentional exposures for certain?
No one knows. Does big as the exposures were, it was hard to track down accidentals. But it was different then. No one knew the potential, so there wasn't a lot of regulation. Anything Kinetics did was gold. I'm not saying they intentionally detonated drives over our outposts, but in retrospect, they were damn quick on the scene.
I feel like there's a lot of knowledge that I'm missing because he's assuming that I know it. Which I really don't like as like a form of storytelling. It's like, oh well, I mean, as you know, the Mass Effect field is like, you know, we do that in like Element Zero. You know, Zero. Oh. Man, fuck that.
You know of any...
I'm not saying they intentionally detonated drives over... We didn't have much to do, though. It was a research.
There were other...
We didn't have much to do. Yeah, there was this girl named... She was from Turkey. Her family was... like you, I guess.
Sounds like she was
She
special.
was. Things never felt together. Training, you know.
Jump Zero's a long way from home. What was it like?
The grand gateway to humanity looks a lot better in the vids. Anyway, this was supposed to be a casual debrief, not a bull session about stuff that happened years ago.
Fuck you, I'm interested.
I wanted to get to know you a little better. That's all. Thanks for the talk, Caden.
Well, you're welcome, man. You, make a habit of getting this personal with everyone?
No, I don't. We'll talk again later.
I'll need some time to process that, Commander. But, yeah, I'd like that.
Out of everybody on the crew, he is the hottest. Like, I do like Garrus. Tali's pretty cute. Like, Ashley don't like at all. Rex is okay, but he's not necessarily fuckable. And I'm pretty sure I can't, you know, romance the doctor, so I'm
Yes,
not worried
Commander?
about that.
Is there something
What do you want?
How well do you know the lieutenant?
I'd never worked with him before this mission. But he has an tends to keep to himself, though. Maybe because of the headaches. It's not easy being an L2.
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
What up?
I get the feeling you want to ask me something, Commander.
Do you know why Benezia joined up with Saren?
Benezia was swept up in events beyond her control and lost herself. She fell under the spell of indoctrination and became part of the very thing she wanted to stop. But I will remember and honor how she lived, not how she died. My mother was strong, kind, and beautiful. And now she is gone.
Yeah, I killed her. My
You
bad.
gonna be okay?
You are kind to ask, Shepard. I do miss her, and I grieve for what happened to her. But I will not let my grief interfere with what we are trying to accomplish.
I'd like to know more about the
We
assault.
were the first species to discover the Citadel. We were instrumental in forming the Council, and we always strive to be the voice of peaceful cooperation in galactic disputes. My people believe we are all part of a single galactic community. Each species contributes something to the greater whole. Although we seek to understand other species, it seems few of them seek to understand us. The galaxy is filled with rumors and misinformation about my people.
Like what?
Like what?
Most of the inaccuracies are centered around our mating rituals. My species is monogendered. Male and female have no real meaning for us. We still require a partner to reproduce. This second parent, however, may be of any species and any gender.
Neat.
I don't understand. Your species can mate with anyone?
Mating is not quite the proper term, not as you understand it. Physical contact may or may not be involved, but it is not an essential element of the union. The true connection is mental. Our physiology allows us to meld with other beings. We can touch the very depths of their minds. We explore the genetic memory of their species. We share the most basic elements of their individual and racial identities. We then pass these traits onto our daughters. It is how we learn to grow as a species and how we develop a greater understanding of other races.
Wait a second, you just said you don't have genders, yet you specifically refer to them as daughters, so you are a feminine species, clearly. You can't just, like, ignore that part. Okay.
What happens to your partner after the union?
Every relationship is different. Some unions are a single encounter with both parents parting ways afterwards. Others can be more long-term. Sometimes an Asari and her partner will stay together for many decades.
So you all identify as female, even though you're... whatever.
Do you know who Matriarch Benezia chose as her partner?
She rarely spoke of her partner. Though I know my father, if you want to use that term, was another Asari.
Benezia never told you her partner's name?
Union with our own kind is no longer common, not for the purposes of reproduction. Most Asari believe it weakens our species. Asari daughters inherit racial traits from the father species. If both parents are Asari, then nothing has been gained, or so conventional wisdom would hold. I am what is sometimes called a pureblood. Though no Asari would ever be cruel enough to say the word to my face, it is a great insult among my people. It is possible Benezia's partner was embarrassed by their union. She may have been too ashamed to publicly acknowledge me as her offspring.
Why agree to the union if she didn't want any children?
I cannot answer that. This is all speculation on my part. It is possible she wanted to be part of my life, but something happened to her before she had the chance. Benezia never spoke of her partner. Whatever happened, it caused her too much pain to dwell on it. She raised me by herself, though that is not uncommon. Many Asari raise their children alone, particularly if the father species is short-lived. Often the partner will pass on long before the child reaches maturity.
You Asari live for 1,000 years. What happens when your partner dies?
Few sapient species live as long as my kind. We have learned to take a philosophical approach to our unions. We do not focus on the inevitable loss of our partners. Instead, we enjoy the time we spend with them. And even after they're gone, a part of them lives on in us. The union is a connection that transcends both time and space.
Well, yeah, emotions are pretty cool like that.
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
Okay, bye. Guess I'm out of dialogue options. See ya! Guess I'll make a stop at the Citadel.
Message from Admiral Hackett, Commander. Patching it through.
We just received your report. Looks like this Geth incursion was bigger than we thought. They were probably preparing for a major offensive in the system. We're increasing patrols in the Armstrong cluster to make sure they can't establish another foothold in the region. Nice job, Shepard. You saved a lot of human lives on this mission. Hack it out.
Thanks, I guess. I'm very talented.
Only warning she's giving is in a sing-songy voice.
If you cut your finger wrong, na 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 na. So be careful now, baby.
This kid does not have the motor skills or the mental capacity to understand how dangerous this is, especially when she's acting like it's a silly thing happening. I'm gonna go in that door. Don't go in there. Whoa, why not? It's very dangerous. You will probably die. I don't know, it sounds pretty awesome when you say it. Your demise is imminent. Those seem kind of important though. If only I could read. While I was looking into this account, I stumbled onto another unschooling mom.
Day one of unschooling, and I've got my kids helping me to clean the car out. Teaching them hard work, taking care of the things that you love, that you need, and also needed the car cleaned.
Oh, so like chores. You're educating them by having them do regular house chores. You can't claim that cleaning the car and learning hard work is an acceptable replacement for actual curriculum. Cleaning and taking care of things is something that kids should be learning on top of their regular education, not instead of. This parent said she pulled her kids out of school to do this because she was unhappy with the public education system.
We have 52 days until I pull my child out of public school and start unschooling him. Lots of hands-on stuff to teach him these things, not just reading out of a fucking book, which is what's wrong with public school. So,
and while yes, there are a lot of things
clearly, bitch, because you didn't pay attention in school.
I don't think that books in and of themselves are what's wrong with learning-wise. Not to be controversial, I don't know if she had maybe just a personal bad experience with books. You've got a lot
I hit zoom out, not land.
It's been 5 years. Just let it go.
Let it go? You stole my college app.
I hit leave. I want to leave. That's a lot. That's not like a slight. It's not a lot. So it's that big and only has 13 million people on it? That seems a little...
Application essay.
Not this again.
I didn't get into Yale because of you.
I was in a bind.
Give me my paper back. And again, none of these are actual lesson plans. This is just hanging out with your kid, which is important, but so is being able to read a ruler. Very weird hat. Or even knowing what a number 2 pencil is. Why do they call it a number 2 pencil? Why don't they just call it a poopy pencil? She also claims that going to the grocery store qualifies as an unschooling lesson.
now they're going to go grocery shopping with me, and we're going to learn about reading labels. We're going to learn about math and money. When you're buying groceries, you need to make sure that the quality of it is good. So turn it over. See the prices on them right here? You typically want to make sure that you pick the lowest price.
These are just regular life skills that you should be teaching your kid whether they're unschooling or not. And how many times can a trip to the grocery store count as school? Because after a few, they're probably good to go, right? And next we have Timothy, graduating with a bachelor's in putting things in the cart and a minor in not buying rotten strawberries. Thank you. They said I couldn't do it. F the haters. Look at me now. When explaining her unschooling plan, she said the main things she'll be focusing on are starting a garden, great, and that she's going to be teaching them how to establish boundaries. You should be doing that already. And she's going to teach them how to bake and cook. You should do that already. And also sports.
Also going to be doing lots of sports. So he'll be in any sport, every sport that we can possibly think of, because we will now have time to do so.
Okay, so now that we've listed all the extracurriculars, what are you going to teach them?
I'll be taking them to the aquarium and zoos and learning through life experiences.
Oh!
They're gonna learn through life experiences. Kind of like everyone else who is alive. The only references she makes to actual school subjects are like this.
Day 2 of unschooling, and we're at the park learning how to have fun. But before you get your panties in a wad, listen. Yes, we're going to be doing reading and writing and math and maybe science, but it's not going to look the same as traditional public school. It's going to be different.
These are just things that you should have mapped out before.
Get the fuck off TikTok if you're gonna actually teach your kids like this.
2 billion of them, and I make sure each and every one of them has a bed
Fuck
made out of galvanized
you.
steel with eco-friendly wood. and a mattress
Fuck
that I
you.
borrowed from my aunt. Based on some of her older videos, it seems like she made this decision due to personal issues she was having with her kids' school.
The other day, or a couple weeks ago, she sent home in his folder a piece of paper that had a signature side and a date side. And she told him, didn't say nothing to me. Told him to tell me I needed to take his homework out of his folder every single night, sign and date this piece of paper, and send it back to her every single day.
This video has been deleted now, but she's complaining that her son's teacher asked her to sign and date his homework every night, which is usually just to show that you're involved in your kids' schooling and that you understand what they're currently doing in school. And of all the things you have to take care of as a parent, this seems like one of the easiest ones, but she literally refused to do it.
Now, listen, I took that piece of paper out and I said, I'm not doing that, baby. I run a massive business through social media. I don't have time, literally.
I don't have time to help with my kids' education. However, I do have time to be completely and solely responsible for it. What's really sad about this is that her kid clearly wants her to sign. He makes a comment about some kind of reward system they have, some bonus he gets, and she can't be bothered. But isn't the point of unschooling to put your kids' individual needs first? Isn't the argued benefit that your teacher is your parent who knows
it's
you really
so I
well
can
and
look
has
good
your
on TikTok.
individual best interests in mind? If you couldn't do that for literal seconds every night, what makes you think you're going to be able to do it 20? It's a very simple instruction, and I thought that those were important to her.
Teaching them how to follow instructions.
Those who can't do teach, I guess. The way she describes her unschooling plan just sounds like a pretty immature grasp of what it's gonna take. It's almost like the kid is the one who
You know what? Honestly.
Okay, so first we're gonna go to the park, okay? And then we're gonna go to the swimming pool. Then we'll do school. I'm not done. Then we're gonna go to the grocery store and buy 500,000 Go-Gurts. How is that school?
Well, yeah, you shouldn't have carried
It's
it together.
math, bitch.
Whoops.
Another concern people had with her unschooling was her kids losing the socialization.
Hey, we
they
need
get at school, and her
robo-slaves!
response was, oh,
We like
they don't need that,
robo-slaves!
actually.
But we want them to be good robo-slaves, so we gotta program them with brain
Socialization
power.
skills. We need to know how to communicate, which you can do with your parents. We need to know how to connect, which you can do with your parents. And those are skills that you take for the rest of your life to make friendships.
All of the things she's listing are things you learn from socializing. We don't actually need socialization. We need to know how to socialize, how to be social, how to interact with people socially in a social way. Her argument is kind of that you can get all the socialization you need from your parents and don't need to hang out with kids your age. And she believes that going to the grocery store is also a form of socialization.
There's so many ways you could teach your child how to be social. Take them on grocery shopping trips. Take them to go
Boo!
and teach them
Boo!
how to example.
I had no idea
You
that going
fucking
to the grocery
suck!
store was so beneficial. It's a math lesson, it's a social visit, it's kind of a one-stop shop, I guess. She also has this video, which isn't a great sign.
If the worst thing that happens to my kids from unschooling is not knowing how to socialize, I think they'll be fine. I never leave my house and don't like people either, but I'm still happy and successful.
And if she's leading by example,
Where's my Geth rifle?
Something tells me they also won't leave the house a lot, and it's kind of hard to practice the unschooling method and learn through life experiences when you aren't having any experiences. But I'm sure they'll never get tired of hanging out with their parents.
The very
or
bottom
struggle
one,
to
pulse
connect with
rifle.
people their age in the future.
Okay.
Hey, you want to grab a drink with us? If we go to Applebee's, I have a coupon. Oh, we were thinking like a club. Ooh, love a good club. Very hard to get the mayo right though. No, like dancing. Now you're talking. Why are your pants so high?
What happens when you send your kid?
Bitch,
to
don't ever
class
question my
for 8 hours
pants.
a day? That is outside influences impacting your child, because what they're going to learn isn't just coming from you. Beliefs that they're going to have aren't just coming from you.
Isn't that a good thing though? Your kid shouldn't only believe and think things that you think. Shouldn't they get a bunch of different opinions and beliefs from people and get a variety of perspectives? If your idea of schooling is making sure that your kid thinks exactly like you, that sounds less like education and more like conditioning. And unschooling is supposed to be about specializing your kids' education based on their specific
We want to
ideas and
indoctrinate
interests. You can't tailor education to
children.
an individual if you don't
It's
see them as
fun.
an individual. Also, the successful business she keeps referring to is a pyramid scheme.
I'm very proactive inside of my profession and my career of being an entrepreneur. They're likely going to follow that path because they're going to see how successful.
So, at least she can teach them shapes. A little bit of this reminds me of how I was raised. Again, I was homeschooled. You probably didn't know that. Just kidding. It's probably the only thing you know about me. Sorry, okay? Sorry I'm so mysterious and suave. Sorry I'm so shampoo-coated. But my homeschooling wasn't really in an attempt to make me more prepared for the world or because I couldn't necessarily handle a typical school environment. It was more because normal kids are secular and besties with Satan. Sometimes they say things like, hey, you should smoke this, or fart, and both of those are equally as bad. The sole reason for my
both of those are equally as bad.
Limit the amount of interaction I had with the outside world, whether it be people or media. I wasn't allowed to watch PG-13 movies until I was 22. Just imagine being told you're not allowed to watch Jumanji, the Kevin Hart one, as a tax-paying citizen. And I think I would be better at a lot of things if I'd been able to interact with people my age before I was basically in my 20s. I missed out on a lot of skills, like how to interact with people, how to not perceive every human being as a potential threat, how to order a milkshake at Sonic without breaking down in tears. Isolating your kids and making yourself the only presence in their life is probably less about what's good for them.
You should have went to college or something, girl, I guess.
It's completely normal to have anxieties about
where
your kids are or how outside sources are going to affect them.
I'm doing okay. Could be wrong.
Them from interacting with outside sources at all. That just sounds like you have anxiety.
Wait, I can't shoot in here?
Generation, like an heirloom, like a little apprehensive piece of furniture. You okay, man? Yeah, just some chest pain. And I'm not saying you shouldn't homeschool your kids or do alternative schooling, because I'm sure a lot of kids would benefit from something like that. But just don't do it bad. Just do it good. Otherwise, your kid's gonna end up like me in 20 years. And you don't want that. That is a threat. Anyway, guys, I gotta go to the grocery store for the 5th time today, so I gotta go.
Fiction is true the same way numbers are true, I would say. Like, you know, if you have one apple and one orange and one banana, the commonality between all of those three is 1. And you might say, well, is 1 as real as
so it shoots
one
faster,
fruit?
bigger, harder.
Is the abstraction 1 as real as one fruit? And I would say it depends on what you mean by real, but representing things mathematically and abstractly gives you incredible power. And
of course, everybody knows that.
The abstraction is actually more real than the phenomena that it represents.
Oh, that ended abruptly. Okay, cool. I definitely want to see this.
Here's a freaky switch for you all.
And I'm still looking at the light. Pretty weird, right? Now watch this. Alright, look.
It is interesting how when they glitch, the camera stays perfectly fine, but wait, we are in a different realm of Jesse and James, 2 souls, 1 bod. Who is this? Well, Jesse and James were 35 years old, or probably more like 30.
Oh, this is some juicy cringe. I'm gonna be honest. This is good. This is some like straight shoot me up in ooh, give me that cringe. This is some cringe. All right, let's go.
8 now were 2 alters within a person with DID who were in love. They have been trained in voice acting, were in musical theater, but that is completely unrelated. They also were involved in multiple scams. Unrelated though. Dissociative identity disorder is a complex mental health condition in which a child experiences severe and repeated childhood trauma. The brain might think it's unable to survive this situation and continue living, so it might split off into multiple personalities or alternative states.
Okay, so hold on. Hold on.
Scams unrelated though. Dissociative identity disorder is a complex mental health condition in which a child experiences severe and repeated childhood trauma. The brain might think it's unable to survive this situation and continue living, so it might split off into multiple personalities or alternative states.
And the other thing is, like, when we hear disorder or the word disorder, we jump on it like, oh, it's a bad thing, or that it's disordering your life, that it's, but it's actually the best thing that's ever happened to me. Like, I wouldn't give it up for the world now that I have it. It's the coolest thing ever. It's completely changed my life for the better. I'm so glad that I have, like...
And Jesse and James,
okay, cool.
Unlike Pokemon,
prepare for trouble.
Make it double.
were able to get a diagnosis within 1 month. They claim Tourette's, DID, PTSD, OCD, the list goes on. They call DID a superpower. They are happy to have it.
Wow, that is
It just
a good
happened
armor.
to come out of dormancy when faking DID online is at its utmost popularity. Make sure to give this video a thumbs up, subscribe. We will be talking about all of this in today's video. Let's get into it.
Alright, let's start with some mods now.
Something very
That's what I have
fascinating about
equipped.
2 Souls 1 Bod is that they are able to switch so quickly that they literally finish each other's sentences.
I don't know. How do we switch so quickly? Can we do the weird thing? Well, how do we do the weird thing? You know, where we just, like, bug the voice out. Oh, hold on. Wait. No, hold on. Stop! Okay. Oh, we almost clicked. I know, we almost glitched. That was weird. I know, we almost glitched. Okay. Let's not do that. Let's not do that.
Rapid switching often causes emotional and cognitive strain. You might be very disoriented and a lot of people might get a headache. They could be possibly, you know, co-conscious to the point where they are literally able to do this, but this takes years of therapy and they started making TikToks before they were even diagnosed. Also, DID is not a party trick. Often a switch will happen naturally through something like an emotional trigger. If not due to stress or trauma, there could be a positive trigger, but sometimes this is accompanied by dissociation. They seldom talk about the distress that can come.
Okay. Sorry, I had to collect my thoughts there.
With DID and target their account at 13 plus. This means that teens who are shaping their identity and confused about it might find their videos and say, oh no, that's totally what I'm going through and that looks fun to me.
Hey. How yourself? So, is this platonic or is it romantic? I don't know. Why don't you tell me? I love you. I love you too. With all my heart, in all the ways that a person can love and be loved. With all my heart too. Which is convenient, because it's the same heart. It's romantic. Oh yeah.
They talk about how, yes, they are playing it up for the camera, but also they want to educate professionals on what DID can look like. Some people might appreciate their alters, as in, this is what I needed to do to adapt to survive. But DID often involves significant complexities and challenges, and making content like this overshadows that. During the span of this happening, you could see that the diagnosis occurred within 1 month. They do backtrack and say it took 2.5 months. Maybe the psychiatrist did rule out other conditions, get collateral information from friends and family, but the only thing they really show is a short interview with a psychiatrist over video call.
So, I mean, so I think that you very much described the experience of dissociative identity disorder. So, you know, if this is how you are going through life, that is the understanding that we have from a mental health perspective for what that is.
But even during this interview, they were acting very different from the way that they act within their TikTok videos. I do wonder if the psychiatrist's opinion would have changed if he was able to see this, and that the reason they were seeking a diagnosis is to make the haters back off.
I don't want to say like mad scientists, but like it's so fascinating that we spend a lot of our time trying to figure out all the interesting, weird things we can do with the brain and like how we can like demonstrate that we're both here, and we kind of got really into it. Yeah, like last month we were working on it a lot to like figure out, you know, everything. But we would also like a doctor to help us figure everything out as well.
Even if you don't have DID, it would make sense to be able to be diagnosed over video call because of extensive research. You know what I mean? Even if you don't have it, you still know all the right answers as to having DID.
yeah, we're totally different. And like a boy to girl, we think like I think like a man, and I think like a woman. I had a pretty good idea of the rarity of DID and like the resources available, and there just really isn't, which is a part of the reason I went online, is to try and raise awareness. But and it slowly like fell apart, and then the internet got really mad because they wanted to know like what trauma caused this, and yeah, it was bad. But anyway,
I am interested what they meant like this. I mean, how does a person think like a boy or a girl, no matter your pronouns or identity? Like, I don't think that I think like a girl. I think like a person.
To quote Dick Masterson, "Bitch, can you park?" That's all I need to know.
Like me. Do you mean like the outdated stereotype that women like makeup and don't like cars, and you know, men are strong? Like, I don't understand. A diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder can take months and even years, ruling out all other disorders. Just a few tests you might take are the dissociative disorders interview schedule, the dissociative experiences scale, the structured clinical interview for DSM-5 dissociative disorders or SCIDD, the somatic dissociation questionnaire or SDQ-20, just to name a few. Brain scans are done to make sure a person doesn't have something like a brain tumor. After their diagnosis, they wouldn't show it, which, you know, fair, other than the fact that you ask people to show their credentials when they question you. They deleted comments from people asking how long it took them to get diagnosed, and finally they backtracked and said it was 2.5 months. This might be nitpicking, but their username is literally 2 souls, 1 bod. Isn't that the equivalent of someone saying, like, I have schizophrenia, I'm literally able to see other realities? Alters are not separate people. They are the same brain. They are the same brain fractured into multiple identities. They say things like, we are medically confirmed to exist. I mean, yes, as one person with dissociative identity disorder, but it's not like you have 2 different driver's licenses and have to take different driver's tests. You are one fragment of the mind, and saying this is what real DID looks like, this is for education, can be quite stigmatizing. Your medical
it can be fucking
are very
bad.
personal and not something that should just be sought out so that you can validate your TikTok account. It shouldn't be used as damage control because you spoke on the behalf of a community that you were not diagnosed in, and your symptoms don't even line up with the DSM-5. Where are your reoccurrent gaps in memory, your
So
clinically
less damage, but
significant
less heat.
distress that impairs your life functioning? And they claim to have mastered dissociative identity disorder as if they are an Olympic
I think I'm gonna try out both
swimmer
scram
within
rails and
months
see how it
of
improves
realizing that
my
the other
build.
existed.
So, someone asked that the amount of switching that we're doing would exhaust the body and the brain. And that would be true, but we have actually, I don't want to say mastered, because it's always improvement. That's true. We have gotten really good at it. We figured it out. We can see the brain operating around us, and we have ways to switch extremely fast by controlling presence in the body and the brain. And when you get tired, and when you become exhausted when you're switching, it's because you're not clearly switching and you're not doing, it's like a technique. It's like swimming. If you take somebody and you just throw them into the English Channel, if they have no experience, right, go drown. They won't be able to like get anywhere. We're like, we worked to become like Olympic swimmers of dissociation.
What about the people who have been in therapy seeking active treatment for years and yet still don't have all the awareness of each alter? But no,
Well, those people
they
suck.
are actually in love. The first time they became aware of each other, they felt this intense love, you know, not confusion, not what is happening, why can't I control myself? James claimed that the reason he went dormant and almost died was because he loved Jessie so much that he felt he needed to give her the entire body. Alters can fuse, go dormant, split, but they absolutely cannot die. You might feel as though you are being or erased due to a traumatic experience, but giving this information that alters can die is huge misinformation, I don't know, disinformation. Where is your medical research? No information that your therapist has told you. No, this is educational, but I'm actually just gonna show you us kissing.
I know we're a little tired, but you want to show them that we can kiss? Oh yeah. We should show them that. Let's do it again. That was just a light peck. Yeah, it was just a light peck, dude.
Ugh.
I know, it's okay, it's fine. So am I. Oh man, smooth Han Solo.
They said that James was in love with Jessie when she was
Ah!
13 and he was 20. They also joke about how James
That's
felt
fucking
like a
bad,
brother,
dude.
a father, but you know, once she got of age, also her boyfriend.
Well, what's his relationship to me? I don't know.
Oh man, smooth Han.
And he was 20. They also was in
Hold
love with Jessie when she was 13 and he was 20. They also joke about how James felt like a brother, a father, but you know, once she got of age, also her boyfriend.
Well, what's his relationship to me? I don't know.
My heart
because
rate is
he's-
spiking from
at
the
this
cringe.
point, it's like he's a brother, father, but at the same time, neither of those things technically or legally. And he's also my boyfriend. So I don't.
I hate it.
It's weirdly like in. And because at times I'm very much like, I'll call him dad. Now it's like strange because he really thought that I was his daughter. Also seeing each other as brother and sister because we both came.
Oh, I hate it so
It ends up like in this
much.
weird sort of situation where we're both like, are we like, is this cool that we're doing this? You know what I mean?
Which obviously they are separate people, so it's not like this is illegal or anything, but the promotion of within altars is extremely disturbing. They also talk about, you know, their inner world and how they just decided that they don't want one.
What else? Inner world. We don't have an inner world.
Yeah, why don't we have an inner world?
Yeah, because it's pointless.
Okay, how's an inner world pointless?
It just is. Why would we want to go to an inner world? Well, we can be right here with each other.
Because we just project each other like AR.
Yeah, it's like that game that you really, really like, but we haven't played together yet.
Pokemon Go.
Yeah, I'm like a Bulbasaur on this trash can.
Minutes later.
No, we do have, we do have an inner world. We just don't use it, like, we just have decided.
Yeah, we tried that. Like, we did the inner world where we had like a house, and the only problem is that when we went there,
Yeah, when we switched out, we went there, it was boring. There was nothing to do. There's nobody else. That's the problem with two people. It's like you go to the house, and you're like, "Wow, this is fun." It's an empty room with a bunch of imaginary stuff.
right, and you're just like,
Yeah, I don't want anything to do with it. I want to hang out with you and do cool stuff with you. Why would I want to, like, sit in a house, an empty house, all alone? It's just not for me, personally.
When a child is going through severe and repeated trauma, they might unconsciously create an inner world. You can discover an inner world through therapy to help you along the therapeutic process. However, just, you know, creating one and being like, this isn't my thing. The way that they describe being able to project one another into the real world as though like, okay, I'm Jessie right now and I'm looking at James. That's why they're always looking away from the camera. That is literally describing a hallucination. They also treat DID as being smarter about life and says tics are restarts or simulations of the body. The way they talk about programming and the hardwire of the brain, I was literally able to go inside the brain and see everything and see Jessie. But DID is not a superpower. A person with DID does not have the ability to
No,
turn
you're
their
just
eyeballs
insane
around.
at that point.
Sorry for that disturbing thought, and look inward. They say that plurality is a spectrum, which goes along the lines of all of us are a little bit plural. It depends on how much trauma you've been through.
The current medical understanding of DID and definition of DID is sort of like how they didn't think autism was a spectrum, and they didn't think gender was a spectrum, and they didn't think sexuality was a spectrum. The brain is a spectrum. I don't know if you guys know this, but the brain, it's a spectrum. So the entire idea that there's a set definition as to what something is in the brain is incorrect. So if we don't fit your exact definition or what you think DID is,
Okay. Holy shit, girl, you're a little fired up. Can you just chill out?
The way they describe it makes it sound like we each have like more or less a little bit of alters within ourselves, just like a little sprinkle here and there. But like, if you think about it in the terms of BPD, when you're splitting, that's still you're not plural. You know, if you developed narcissistic personality disorder from traumatic childhood experiences, at the time of a child, you might have unconsciously said, I can never feel this way again. That is not plurality. DID or OSDD can be a spectrum in the way that it varies in severity from mild to severe, the degree of fragmentation, the impact it has on your functioning. But I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say you either have DID or OSDD or you don't. It's not like you have a fraction of an alter. They claim that they can have one alter who is high on, you know, smoked hams, and the other alter is not, depending on which part of the brain they toss it to.
That doesn't make any sense, Rick.
Hey Jesse, so how are you feeling? Feeling good. Are you feeling good? Yeah. Are my eyes red? I can't see because you have the eyeballs. Okay, but it seems like you're pretty high right now. On smoked hams. Yes. Smoked hams.
I hate this so much.
Where I pass it to you. Oh wow, this is a lot. Oh, this is nice though. Oh, hey, you wanna cuddle? Dude, look, right now. Oh, you're so cute. I know, I'm really high. Hey, listen. I own smoked hams. Yes, smoked hams. And so all we're doing is we're just moving around in the brain because certain parts of the brain are affected by like certain things differently than other things. So we just like play. It's like just like we play tag. Yeah, it's like we play tag. So your consciousness can actually move around the brain. But not actually, dude. Okay, right. It's for. Look, we're not getting into the science on TikTok. They just want to see the goofy shit. Okay. They got their time is limited. Okay. Hey, I love you. I love you too. Give me some of that. Thank you very much. You're very welcome.
It is theoretically possible for an alter to have different experiences when on different substances. While all alters, in case you didn't realize, because Jesse and James doesn't make it seem this way, they do share the same body. They might have different experiences in the way that, you know, if you're drinking alcohol and you realize that you are in a traumatic situation, your body might literally force itself to be sober. That doesn't make sense. But I mean, not in the way that they're describing.
Yeah, it sort of does.
Hypervigilance or hyperarousal when, you know, you're experiencing something traumatic and your body realizes it needs to be sober to survive. Or you could have dissociation where your body might not fully perceive the effects of the intoxication. But regardless of all of this, substances can disrupt cognitive functions, including memory and perception. My point is that the brain is not a machine, and in DID in general, the effects of substances like cannabis generally affect the body as a whole, not just specific alters, and certainly not being able to pass it back and forth like a damn volleyball. Obviously, I don't need to go into details about this, but we can see how the brain is not this magical computer in which it will work like this. But being able to say like,
I don't want to be high right now, I'm going to give it to this alter.
Where is the, oh, that's right, we are in Jesse and James land. There have been times throughout their journey where I just get sort of a vibe that they didn't realize something, as in like with DID, you have to experience dissociation. It's in the diagnostic criteria. So they kind of backtrack and say, oh, no, I do experience dissociation.
Second misconception, that we don't dissociate. We absolutely dissociate. We're dissociating right now. Okay, but they think that you're backtracking. Okay, no, I'm not backtracking. I'm just an idiot. Okay, how are you an idiot? Well, I used the wrong words, which is why I took the video down. I fucked up. Look, I am not good at people, and sometimes I get like into the science and I'm trying to figure shit out, and I say something and then people think I'm invalidating. So no, we dissociate. All right, and what's the other one? What's the other misconception? Oh, we don't have dissociative. I totally did it. Yeah, you totally did it. I just wiped your short term. Yep, you did. And if we like walk down the road, we'll like skip through time because we won't know. Yeah, especially if you're hard void. Like I like.
All right,
got a birthday.
Gotta take a break on that one. Holy shit! Whew. Oh man, that is no good. Anything higher than 330? I didn't think so. $229, that's my best shot. And then $250. Cool. So everybody's geared up then. Alright, I think I'm all good. If there wasn't so much worthless gear, I would like the gear a little bit better. I do like that there is no inventory space. You can just hold unlimited guns. That is nice. I'm still alive. Okay. My connection to Twitch might be less than superior, though. Not really worried about it, though. Personally. Alright, so after this we head outside into the Citadel and see if I can just buy a new sniper, if there is one that happens to be better than the one I currently have equipped. Doubtful. I really don't care about armor upgrades for anyone except for myself. And I already have the ones I want. I mean, it's cool that I have, like, max money, but I also don't like when a game has max money, because then, after a certain point, money just becomes completely worthless. Which has already sort of kind of happened, but whatever. I've accidentally trivialized the whole game by just playing a good build. Which, honestly, I was not expecting. Now I have max Omni Gel, too. Wow. Hey, do you have anything good?
Looking
Doubt
for
it.
supplies? You bet, man.
I can't wear heavy armor. Okay. Back to this now.
Cake, and I got her, like, you know, lit candles and stuff, and I, like, you know, I wrote her nice notes.
Yeah, we do stuff all the time for each other because the dissociative amnesia allows us to sort of like do things in secret from each other.
Okay, what's the final one that everybody's on about?
Oh, childhood trauma.
Yeah, I've childhood trauma. I was traumatized. I got help. I got therapy. I worked through it, and now I'm not. It's not an issue anymore.
It's honestly so lit that their dissociative amnesia only has an impairment when it benefits them, as in being able to get a cake for each other. Meanwhile, others will come back and see symptoms of SH, self-harm, or substance abuse. Sabotage. Maybe an alter said something to a loved one that another alter might not agree with. Nah, instead they tucked him away nicely and said,
listen, you're going to have amnesia until I get this birthday cake and candles out, but once the candles are lit, you can then come out.
Also, I had no idea all you had to do was a little bit of talk therapy in order to overcome intense and prolonged childhood trauma. Someone needs to tell all of these people who are going through all of this intense trauma-focused therapy. Psychodynamic
Yeah,
therapy,
just get over
eye-movement
it.
desensitization and reprocessing, or EMDR therapy. No, really all you needed this whole time was just a little bit of talk therapy, just like talking about it. If you are wondering what happened to them, they did end up getting their account banned for reasons that I would have to make an entire different video about. Basically, they made a Discord server, and they also used to do only Jessies. They used to do explicit stuff, and they claimed it was completely separate, completely disconnected from Jesse and James, which it kind of wasn't in all facets. But on top of that, had the fantastic idea of giving advice to minors on their Discord server.
I failed myself, I failed James, and I failed the DID community, and I own my failure. I had come out of denial with my
Why are you reading it from your
only a
phone?
month before and joined completely blind to the community as a whole, without
Every time I
understanding fully
apologize, I need to write it
Discord
down and
or
read
how
it.
careful you had to be in spaces with minors.
Did you know, now stay with me here, this is quite complex, there are teenagers on
Hey, Commander,
The
next time we
internet.
touch down, let's try not to
Passionate
park the
about
ship in a
helping
colony
kids
of mutant
love and
zombies.
accept themselves
Thinking
with
out
this
loud here.
disorder.
Wait a second. Didn't you say like 5 seconds ago that you didn't
I need to know
realize
more about this
children,
Rolex
teenagers
syndrome if I'm
use
putting
the
my ship
internet?
in your hands.
Going public in the way that I did put my
It's an
entire
extremely
family
rare
at
condition.
risk,
Nobody knows
and I
exactly what
jeopardized their
caused it.
safety by
Genetic
not being
maybe.
smart about
It's
the
treatable, but there's no cure. They classify my case as moderate to severe. I was born with over a dozen fractures, hip, thighs, ankles. My bones were already breaking in the womb. 100 years ago, I wouldn't have survived past my first year. Lucky for me, modern medical science has turned me into a productive member of society.
Why don't you get, like, prosthetics, homie?
You're not gonna break a bone trying to fly the ship, are you?
I don't fly with my feet, Commander, so I'm fine as long as I'm in this chair. I gotta be real careful when I get up to take a piss, though. I can do my job as well as anyone on the ship. Better, actually. So don't worry about it.
I'm not trying to make you uncomfortable. Let's talk about something else.
Whatever you want, Commander.
Tell me about your disease again.
If balance isn't what you'd expect, it takes a while to get used to that oversized drive core we got stuffed in the back, and her power can sneak up on you if you're not careful. The Normandy's probably too much ship for your average Alliance pilot, Commander. Lucky for you, I'm anything but average.
I like to know my crew. Mind if I ask you a few questions?
I can see where this is going. You did a background. You want me as your pilot. Top of my class in flight school, I earned that. All those commendations in my file, I earned every single...
I'm sorry, Joker.
You mean... Okay.
I already went through all
Put
this.
the Normandy in my hands and I'll make her dance for you. Just don't
I have
ask
to go.
me. Alright, see you.
Alright, bye. Yeah, totally.
Information I released on the internet to appease my detractors. I was so desperate to be believed. After years of not having my own existence believed that I hurt my own family.
Has the deck.
To my family, I am deeply, deeply, deeply sorry.
Love it. Can
Bitch,
you
say it.
imagine if you put your family in danger of being doxxed on the internet? You need to
Ooh.
apologize to them.
That's
on
about to get
the
spicy.
internet.
Your assumptions about me, my disorder, my intentions, my past, and the contents of my character have been proven wrong time and time again.
Not
If
really,
you cannot
though.
even get the simplest, most prominent aspect of me correct, that I have DID and I have good intentions, then you have no credibility to judge any aspect of my life or my
Oh, that's infinite heat. That's just infinite bullets.
as a person. You created an open form that at its heart, exposing Jesse as a fake and a fraud, fake claimed a vulnerable child abuse and domestic abuse victim with severe DID using armchair psychiatry, concern trolling, fossil digging, gatekeeping, supporting rumor, suspicion.
Are you playing old-timey music?
And speculation of my character and providing a toxic den.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, there is a time and place for everything, and I thought this was supposed to be an apology. This can be quite a triggering subject for some people, but
Hey.
it is giving a few small vibes of Darvo, which is deny, attack, reverse victim, and offender. They have every right to be upset at people for making fake claims, but in a Darvo situation, the person who is actually at fault denies their responsibility, attacks the accuser, and tries to position themselves as the victim. It looks like they're shifting the blame and deflecting responsibility. They are attacking the very people that they're supposed to be apologizing to.
You had good intentions, but you did not do a good work. And if you can't take responsibility for your actions and being wrong and actively enabling a toxic, scientifically misinformed, anecdotal witch hunt, allowing hate groups to quietly feed off of your posts and comments that directly endangered my life and my family's lives despite
bitch,
your
shut the
good
fuck up.
intentions to help others, then I will take responsibility on your behalf.
It is concerning the way they try to appear so self-aware and willing to take responsibility. When they say, I'll take responsibility on your behalf, first of all, Thank you so much, Jesse. It seems like a tactic to position themselves as a martyr or a savior while avoiding real accountability. It looks like they're trying to regain control of the narrative and make it seem like they are the bigger person, while undermining true victims and the severity of the situation.
Thank you so
To
much
all
for
those
your
who
help.
fake claimed
Here,
me,
this is
gay
everything
cat
I've
me,
got from my
bullied me,
publisher's
and
letter.
harassed me for having an advanced version of a disorder that stems from a lifetime of abuses
I
you
appreciate your
cannot
Thanks again for your help. I'm going to show this to my publisher.
You have not broken me, and you will never
That's some weird music.
break me.
What about their scamming history? Well, they used to have a website called Giantess Love. This is some sort of that I don't care to get into right now, but basically it was a website where users could share, chat, upload, gather points, and purchase clips of Giantess-themed works. They claimed that it was hacked, but this was actually a lie, and they just walked away with other people's money. She did not pay the majority of the content creators or producers for their hard-earned money. She went dark, and 3 months later, she wrote up an apology, basically saying that, you know, it was Jesse's
Hi,
fault
Amber Smith,
because
121.
James is the one who's good with this kind of stuff. The reason I'm talking about all of this today was because I was inspired, because they are back on the internet. They were on a YouTube channel called New Thinking Aloud with Jeffrey Mishlove. No hate to this creator, but it's actually interesting how in the video they never talk about
Pretty
Jesse
alright.
and James. You know, Jesse and James was their stage name, but they have had multiple names throughout their history online, and a lot of people think, you know, they're just changing it to cover up the evidence. In the video, they talk about experimenting with altered states of consciousness. They also describe Jesse, or Annika, coming into the body when Tristan was 22 years old. DID does develop in childhood. They also say they don't meet all of the criteria for DID, and they're playing on the idea of literally having two souls in one body, which is fascinating because of how hard they fought to be in the DID community.
And frankly, the medical system doesn't really know what to do with us because we are such a rare and unique case, and they think it's some sort of dissociative identity disorder, but at the same time, we don't have some of the hallmarks that maybe describe it, such as only switching when there's triggering and things like that.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but it's completely alleged that a lot of the comments have been deleted on this video that were calling out Jesse and James, or, you know, their new names, Annika and Tristan. But to finish this video, I'm just going to give you a speed run of misinformation, including that they called dissociating hallucinating. They compared DID to having autism spectrum disorder or being part of the LGBTQ+ community. They have repeatedly reestablished their support for the endogenic DID community, which, if you don't know, endogenic is basically a person who claims that they have multiple identities, but they have not experienced trauma. Because, you know, it's not like DID is specifically created from severe and repeated childhood trauma, and your brain literally fractures itself from this. No, you could just be born with multiple identities, not from birth trauma, you just are multiple identities. They previously claimed that they had a very happy childhood, but everyone has a little bit of trauma, and then backtracked and said that they had the type of trauma that DID very much enjoys, you know, in the DSM.
Alright, so I grew up, I had best friends, I was...
Hello there.
Boy, there was
Welcome
no
to
gender
Moorland Famous
stuff.
Shop. You will be pleased.
Yeah, then I became a teenager. Oh, yeah, right, trauma. Right, I was like, are you skipping something? Yeah, so I went through trauma, like the kind that DID really enjoys. No, they don't. Like the DSM-5, prolonged childhood trauma. It's right there in the definition
Jesus
or whatever.
Christ.
And I was like I had PTSD. I was like in really bad shape. I had OCD. I had anxiety issues, and I also dissociated during that time. Really? Yeah, I would just like sometimes like kind of, you know, like do the whole depersonalization thing or whatever. Okay. Like
Or whatever.
But like, yeah, but like, I don't know. But it was really prolonged. It went like all the way up until like I finally moved out. Like finally, like 18, 19 or whatever.
It is interesting how James said he did a whole bunch of research on DID, and then he just says like, oh, the whole, what's it called? The depersonalization, derealization thing. Says tics are only in involvement with Tourette's, which if you don't know, this is not true. It can be things like anxiety that creates tics. But these tics reset the brain like a computer.
Okay, why are we, I think it's like, there's something discordant. I know, I'm not sure what it is. Wait, let's just try and reset it.
Commander, got an idea, and I wanted to run it by you.
Alright, a couple more times. Alright, oh, that's a lot better. Alright, a few more glitches. Alright.
What the hell?
2 more. Alright, ready? Okay, ready. Alright.
What's on your mind?
Okay, I feel like my pattern's fully out. Yeah, that's much better.
I'm not sure that one specter
I
is
know,
enough.
I know. I don't know what to tell you. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes, like, and then we resist it and we try and do it manually. Really, the brain has its own reset.
Because I wanted to show the council what humanity
but then it's like
can
it's
do,
like we're
just
forcing.
like
I
you.
know, it's like banging our head
I'd
against
make a
the wall.
great
It's not exactly.
I know you're afraid to trust people after losing your
It doesn't exactly feel good.
But I'd never.
But it does the job. I know, but like.
What about your
I mean,
wife,
like this
Conrad?
Tourette's.
She
Yeah, I
trusts
know.
you too.
They say that they can control how they feel in the body. For example, they
What?
can
I don't
ignore
understand.
hunger, which the ED community just
You
would
know
have
what keeps me going out
absolutely,
here?
that's
Knowing
not
that
healthy
people
at
back
all.
home are
Says that
keeping
love
humanity
brought them
strong.
together. It's not like you are actually parts of the same person.
right.
Developed from
just
trauma.
got
How
so
many times
caught
do I
up
have
in
to
all of
reiterate
it. I
this?
wanted
They
to
never
help.
show their sources. They make a
go
disorder
home.
that arises from complex
Thanks for
childhood
setting me
trauma look
straight.
fun amidst a time
Yeah,
where this
see ya, nerd.
generation thinks that mental illness is cool. In a lot of their videos, they're just talking out loud to themselves, and this might make one question. If you are the same person, why aren't you talking inside your mind? But I do understand how for some people with DID, talking out loud might be more helpful. They talked about being interested in Steven Universe, and if you don't know, some people relate Steven Universe, but it's like not related at all to the reality of DID. And they talked about being super fascinated with dissociative identity disorder. It was super interesting, and oh my
Okay,
gosh,
hold on
I
one second.
actually
I'm gonna check out what
also
that
have
achievement
it.
was.
So yeah, I might have to make a separate video reacting to this new collab that they did. It's like 2 hours long, and also possibly a separate video from that talking about all of the harm that they caused on people that quite literally could have caused a lawsuit trying to give education to minors, of course without the consent and permission from a guardian, a parent. What do you think about Jesse and James' interpretation, portrayal of DID? Make sure to let me know in the comments below. Thank you so much. It does help with the algorithm. Make sure to give this video a thumbs up, subscribe, and thank you so much to each and every one of my members for supporting my efforts on this channel. It does mean the absolute world to me. But to everyone, I hope you had a good day, night, whatever the case may be. Don't fake DID, and peace out.
Got it. Okay, we're gonna head back to CSEC.
Disclaimer, please watch the original interviews before making an opinion. Obviously, please don't make any negative comments on his video because that could be harassment and it is not cool. Two souls, one bod. You might remember them from this.
Here's a freaky switch for you all.
Hey, it's me, James. What's up? So now I'm in the front? Well, I just have a higher presence level than her because she's still smiling behind.
Show me what you got.
I am. I'm still here.
It's still not ringing a bell, huh? Okay, well, what about this one?
I know we're a little
No, stop. I just did this. Don't make me do it again.
With all this exploration of Prothean culture, this must be like a survey for you, Liara.
Our travels now are somewhat different from my
Sit here.
normal excavations.
That was just a light
I
pack.
would
Yeah,
prefer
it was just a
lengthier
light pack,
studies.
dude.
Yes, they claim to have
Why are you doing that weird
dissociative
idle
identity
animation?
disorder, a rare psychiatric condition in which there are 2 or more personalities within one body. The child's mind might try to handle this unbearable stress by compartmentalizing itself into multiple identities with different memories. Jesse and James were banned on TikTok for very questionable things going on their Discord, as well as they were called out by a lot of people with DID who claimed, like, this isn't how it typically presents. It's been years since we've seen them, so where are they now? They've done an interview on Jeffrey Mishlov's YouTube channel. Along their journey, they claim to have OCD, ADHD, PTSD, Tourette's syndrome, DID. This means that 0.0000008% of the entire world would suffer from all of these conditions at the same time. They've moved on from the idea of having DID, but entertain the idea of channeling, astral projection, and experience with non-human, unearthly intelligence. We will be talking about all of this in today's video. Make sure to give the video a thumbs up, subscribe, and let's get into it.
Let me guess, she's a starsuit. That would make sense.
Who are Annika and Tristan? Well, Jesse and James were actually their stage names. Annika is Jesse and James is Tristan. Annika entered Tristan's body when he was 22 years old and slowly grew from what seemed as kind of an infancy. After 8 years of her kind of like having control of the body, but not really, she was really just experiencing things through the lens of Tristan, he ended up dying for 5 years until he came back, and now they are 2 souls in one body. According to Tristan and Annika, I would probably be what you might consider spiritually immature. Although I do want to entertain what they're saying. I am more likely, I feel, than the average person to entertain the idea of alien intelligence. However, I do still believe we are limited to what the human body is capable of. Shortly after Tristan came back into the body and they realized we're going to have to be 2 souls in one body, they made a TikTok account. I think one of the main issues people had with their TikTok account was that they were claiming to have DID. They even went as far as to get a diagnosis and record it.
I mean, so I think that you very much described the experience of dissociative identity disorder. So, you know, if this is how you are going through life, that is the understanding that we have from a mental health perspective, or what that is.
I do understand that it is possible for us to be wrong when we self-diagnose. You can change your mind in the future, but I feel like this is one of the reasons why it's important for some of us not to post on the internet when we...
Is there a cutscene?
Commander, I'm reading a signal.
Yep.
Must be our Solarian infiltration team.
Check out those defense towers.
Drop the Mako. We'll go in hot and take them out.
I'll get you in underneath their radar, Commander. We got a clean drop, Commander.
Stay out of range and continue evasive maneuvers until I bring those AA towers down.
I know the drill. Meet you at the camp once those towers are offline. Joker out.
We are self-diagnosed because we could very well be wrong.
Frankly, the medical system doesn't really know what to do with us because we are such a rare and unique case. You know, they think it's some sort of dissociative identity disorder, but at the same time, we don't have some of the hallmarks that maybe describe it, such as only switching when there's triggering, things like that.
I don't know about the possibility of extraterrestrials planting Annika's soul into you, and now you're literally 2 souls in one body. I don't know about that, but what I do know is that
Starseeds, totally good. Don't worry about it.
Misinformation and stigma about DID. Basically, their argument is that consciousness is a lot more complicated than what scientists once thought. For example, psychology as we know it now is significantly improving, but it's not 100% accurate. Being part of the LGBTQ+ community was once known as sexual orientation disorder. This is not to say that psychological theories and practices are not grounded in well-supported and reliable research, but some studies are more supported by empirical evidence than others. I mean, lobotomies, a psychosurgery in which the connections in the prefrontal cortex were severed, only fell out of favor in the 1950s and 1960s. But I mean, even during the interview, they were able to speak so so fluently back and forth with psychologist Jeffrey Mishlove. Although Two Souls in One Body is not medically supported, I don't want to dismiss it completely. However, if you and I were like having a conversation with each other, chances are, you know, we would speak over each other at some parts, but Jesse and James, Annika and Tristan did not do this throughout most of the interview.
Yes, we love each other very much.
Yep. We have a normal home life. You know, it's like we wake up in the morning, we make breakfast together, we work together, we do everything. We love each other. We love our situation, and we wouldn't change it for the world.
In fact, when they used to have a TikTok account, they were even able to finish each other's sentences. And it's like, could you imagine if you and I were to try to finish each other's sentences? It would be so awkward, but to them, it kind of just sounded like their voice was changing from high to low.
I don't know, how do we switch so quickly? Oh, we almost glitched. Yeah, I felt that. Oh, we almost clicked. I know, we almost glitched. That was weird. I know, we almost glitched. Okay, let's not do that. Let's not do that.
While having two souls in one body is not scientifically recognized, I don't know whether it's possible or not, what is the bottom of the rabbit hole? You know what I mean? If we're just gonna have things that aren't medically recognized, we could claim almost anything. During the interview, they talked about how difficult it was for them when Annika finally brought Tristan back to life. I mean, they had to get anti-choking devices in each room. Food would be inhaled when one identity was eating and the other switched in and didn't realize, and they would start laughing. When they're not out, they're in this deeply meditative state, which for me begs the question, what do they do when one switches in and realizes they are in a human body and they have to breathe? So by that understanding, it's not exactly clear to me how they are both able to pay attention to Jeffrey as he's talking and answer when one is in a deeply meditative state. They discuss going from a state of having no access to the senses, being in a very strange state of consciousness, to suddenly being thrust into the body and immediately having to deal with their surroundings and everything happening around them. But talking, observing, and listening is a very conscious effort, so this conversation happening, I don't understand how that works. Is it like one has one ear and one eye and the other has the other ear and one eye? Even one person on their own would be exhausted after a 4-hour interview, but they're able to do this going back from a meditative state and out fluidly for hours. How do they not seize or suffer from extreme mental exhaustion from just one conversation? They might not be limited
maybe because it's a lie?
but
Who knows?
certainly in the terms of human biology, they talk about both of them being able to reduce their presence in the body, and if this is the case, then the body just kind of flops on the floor. They talk about how if one is walking up a hill and the other one switches in, they might feel as though they are suffocating and they can't breathe. This happens because the new identity wasn't experiencing physical exertion, so I mean, that makes me question their entire heart rate. And this is all under the implication that souls are real. The existence of a soul is a very physiological and spiritual question. A soul might be a spiritual essence or an immortal part of a person that exists beyond physical life. However, they claim that you can control different parts of the brain or body, as in, you know, Tristan might have the eyeballs and Annika doesn't. When two identities try to take over the body at the same time, they describe having conflicting signals, and it can be extremely distressing for their body. They said they had to become highly aware of which parts of the brain each identity was using and learned how to help each other navigate different brain areas. I cannot imagine how exhausting that would be if you shared a body with another person, and every minute, every second, you have to say, okay, I have the eyeballs and the left arm and, you know, the one ear, like, and you're not exhausted. In the past, they have claimed that if both try to use it at the same time, they will have sort of a ticking sensation that at the time they described as Tourette's.
Wait, let's just try and reset it. Alright, go a couple more times. Alright, oh, that's a lot better. Alright, like 2 more. Alright, ready? Okay, ready. Alright. Okay, I feel like my pattern's fully out. Yeah, that's much better.
But also that they've mastered this in such a short amount of time. I mean, In my opinion, I would be more interested in hearing about how difficult it was for you to accomplish this. They said the medical community needs to start seeing consciousness in a different way. But where is all the evidence of having two souls in one body in history? I mean, in the past, before DID was medically recognized, people thought that it was sort of a possession or a witchcraft or a hysteria. But the symptoms were all the same. It was still DID, it just wasn't recognized as such. What about
Isn't it
souls in one
sort of a
body?
hysteria, though?
It was recognized in mythology and some religions. For example, in ancient
Ooh, sniped
Egyptian
me.
religion, the Ka and Ba were considered different aspects of a person's soul
Good shot,
that
good
could
shot.
exist separately from the body after death. In some shamanic traditions, it is believed that a person can have multiple souls and that they can leave the body. This kind of reminds me of the DID faker trend, in which you are actually able to system hop, not as in that person creates a fictive or an interject of another person's altar, but that altar literally just hops from one person's brain to another. They talk about how they actually can inhabit different
Shouldn't have
parts
stood
of
there.
the brain. For example, one identity might be feeling more paranoid and the other isn't, but they aren't literally located in that area of the brain. In the same way that when you or I are experiencing anxiety, it's not like we are in our amygdala, our prefrontal cortex, our hippocampus, our hypothalamus. And at the same time, all of our brain regions are connected through neural networks. It's not like you're experiencing one part of the brain. We all have functional connectivity in the way that different brain regions work together to perform one certain task. I mean, they even proved it to us when they got high off of smoked hams and said, look, I can avoid certain parts of the brain and my endocannabinoid system. Whereas one alter can be completely smoked off of their hand, I don't know, and the other alter is completely sober.
Are you feeling good?
Yeah. But no, I'm gonna do this thing where I pass it to you.
Alright, that's really cool. Oh wow, this is a lot. Oh, this is nice.
Oh, you're so cute.
I know, I'm really high.
And so what we're doing is we're just moving around in the brain, because certain parts of the brain are affected by like certain things differently than other things. So we just
like play. It's like we play tag.
Yeah, it's like we play tag. This is part of the brain.
I know, it's really weird, right? Because now you're in that part of the brain and it's like, oh man. So your consciousness can actually move around the brain.
I love you.
I love you too.
Substances like cannabis affect your entire body. It affects your hunger, you know, the munchies. And furthermore, it affects your heart rate. So this begs the question, if they're passing the high from one another, wouldn't one's heart rate be super high while the other one's isn't? Is this implying that their autonomic functions stay at a constant state? The endocannabinoid system is not connected to one specific alter, but rather the entire biological framework of the body. Switching alters does not bypass the philosophical effects that have already been introduced to the body by the substance. One criticism that they faced is that, you know, when they're talking, even though they're switching between one another, their mannerisms in their hands stay the same. Their explanation for this is that the physical appearance and mannerisms of the body might not change significantly with each alter. But this begs my question, how are you doing that when you are in a meditative state? They use an example of, you know, Tristan has control of this arm and Annika this arm, and they are able to pat their head and rub their tummy. Tristan says in this way they are able to cuddle, you know, because one will have control of one arm and the other has the other. But when one is not fronting, they are in a completely meditative state, so maybe I'm just missing something here. Tristan likes to read books to Annika, he likes to read The Hobbit to her, and in this way, she's actually able to see his thoughts. Okay, wait, maybe I can explain this better. You know how, like, if I told you to remember something, like, picture right now a garden, and you're actually thinking about it in your head.
Well, you're being very ableist to people with like aphasia.
mental imagery. Psychologist Jeffrey Mishlove actually describes this experience as telepathy. But this is most often depicted in science fiction and paranormal literature as a form of extrasensory perception, where individuals communicate mentally over distances without physical interactions. It's kind of like when you were in elementary school and you knew twins and you would say,
hey, think about this, and then go ask your twin if they got your message telepathically.
So why don't they just think in each other's brains? Why do they have to speak out loud to each other? They discuss a rapid thought process taking place, as in if you're hanging out with your bestie and they're like,
okay, what do you want to eat?
You're probably going to come up with like 10 different places in your mind before you actually use words to say what you want. So when they're having especially important conversations, this can help to solidify what they're actually trying to say. I guess I do understand this, however, can't you just think that official thought in your head, as in like, I have decided I would like Panda Express. They talk about how they do have a lot of abilities, but they're not ready to bilocate or astral travel quite yet. Astral traveling is where a person's consciousness or astral body separates from the physical body and travels independently in the astral plane or a non-physical dimension. So I absolutely do not want to dismiss the idea of this being a possibility, but at the same time, anybody who has astral traveled before, are you actually able to like, okay, I want to know what's going on in China right now. I would like to go in this specific village and see exactly what they are doing. In this way, you are actually able to see different realms or dimensions. In spiritual and metaphysical traditions, this actually could be considered a real phenomenon, but it is not supported by empirical scientific evidence. Some people who are not woke at all might see this as a psychological or neurological experience. During the interview, they actually played a song. It definitely was not about how much they love each other and how they couldn't live without each other. But in the past, Annika said that she played the banjo and Tristan played guitar, whereas they kind of switched it up and said the opposite at some points.
Yes, and we both play different instruments. He plays the banjo, and I play the guitar. And we both have totally different styles of playing. Kind of like a guitar. But, I kind of use banjo for therapy. It's banjo for therapy. It's banjo for therapy. It's sort of my therapy instrument. I lay down, usually at night, I lay in bed, pull it off the stand, right here in bed, right here. And I just play some songs, or I'll write a song, or I'll put lyrics to the song, and usually cry a lot.
Then they actually had 2 separate interviews, with one with Annika and one with Tristan. The other just completely left the body. But this begs my question, like, I understand that they are 2 souls in one body, but one part of the brain is in a meditative state, because I mean, you are limited to one human brain. They did explore the idea of being together in a past life, and I can't really touch on this because, I mean, some people might believe in it, others might not. I'm not here to say that it does or doesn't exist. Annika discusses one of her first memories being... There are 2 mourning doves making love. I'm not kidding. You think I'm playing? Okay, but you've seen other stuff they were doing. You didn't get to see that part. But much like the mourning doves outside my window, they actually experienced a profound feeling of love.
I was in my ex-fiance's car at the time. I don't know where we were. We were driving through somewhere. And maybe like even in a drive-thru or something. And I want you to continue. Okay. And the song Fireflies by Allison on the radio. And I loved it for some reason. Yeah, you just loved it. And you could feel me. Yes, I could feel you loving that song and being happy. And that was the first time I became aware of you. And I didn't know what you were. Oh, I know. And that is why your pet name that I have for you is Firefly. I love you. I love you too, Firefly.
I can't say if there is a correct way to discover you have another identity inside you, but I feel like if I felt I don't know,
Ready to move on your
it would
work,
be at the
Shepard.
very least extremely confusing and probably distressing. Basically, Annika was born in 2008 after a sad situation in which Tristan's fiance had a... Tristan didn't really realize what she was. She was only a tiny little soul, or... Tristan didn't really realize what she was. She was only a tiny little soul or consciousness that was growing until she was 5 years old and realized that she had the ability to take over the body. Annika discusses having slight control over the body like maybe a 5-year-old would. You know, she was walking down the street and she saw some blueberries and she actually just put them straight in her backpack and it made a mess, much like a careless 5-year-old might. But at the same time, Annika, or Jessie at the time, were getting very upset at people for saying that she didn't have a fully developed prefrontal cortex. So at the time that they were making these TikTok videos, she was 14 to 16 years old, but not really. And during this time, Tristan was on ADHD medication, which kind of doled Annika out. And he told his fiance that he felt like there was a little girl in a different dimension screaming inside his mind. Also, psychologist Jeffrey Mishlove said AHDH during the interview instead of ADHD, but I completely understand how that could just be a discrepancy. After 8 years of Annika growing in consciousness inside of their body, Tristan realized that this was his daughter. He said that when he realized this, he wanted to give her the entire body out of an act of love, but also said that he didn't really have a choice. He left her video messages and wrote things down before he ended up dying along with his family members. He literally said,
I'm going to die and there's going to be an 8-year-old girl.
About more, why isn't this on national TV? I mean, maybe society just isn't woke enough yet? So this might be confusing, but Annika was born in 2008. He feels like he is 34 because he was gone for 5 years, but he is actually 37. And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't this that you're dating a 14-year-old? Not only a 14-year-old, but also, I'm so sorry, your daughter, because, you know,
yeah, it's fucked up.
How she wanted a relationship with their ex-fiance like a mother. Annika said that during this time they were dealing with an autism spectrum disorder diagnosis along with synesthesia. Some people with synesthesia might be able to hear colors, see sounds, taste shapes. During this time when Annika was, 8 to 14 and Tristan was unfortunately dead, she was experimenting with meditation and altered states of consciousness. She said that during this time she was exploring her consciousness and eventually found Tristan. She experimented with cannabis, shrooms, other substances, and had a focus on achieving ego death. In this time, they actually were able to observe the brain and actually see where memories are stored. I don't know if they were being metaphorical about this. I don't think so, but I don't know if it's possible for us to actually go inside our hippocampus. This does literally remind me of that Disney movie, Inside Out, where there's literally an area that you could go through and see all of the different memories. This might be good for hypothetical exploration or a creative project, but with real-world science, I could be wrong here, but it is not possible with existing technology. Annika and Tristan take a very responsible approach of saying, I didn't really want to go into specifically what substances I used in order to gain this enlightenment. Absolutely no hate to psychologist Jeffrey Mishlove. However, psychedelics can also have a very negative experience. You can experience flashbacks. You can have psychological distress, impaired functioning that might make you do something that can hurt you very badly. Anyways, Annika and Tristan talk about how they kind of joke back and forth, and sometimes Annika will playfully call him dad.
And I still think of him as my dad a little bit. So it's like we have moments where I'll be like, hey dad, you know what I mean? Like we play with each other, we tease each other, we make each other uncomfortable sometimes. But
that's so fucked up.
And that is your daughter, and she is, you said she came into existence in 2008.
At this point, it's like he is a brother, father, but at the same time, neither of those things technically or legally. And he's also like my boyfriend. It's weirdly like in. And because at times I'm very much like, I'll call him dad. Yeah, it's like strange because he really thought that I was his daughter. Also see each other as brother and sister because we both came. But then see that no matter what we do, it ends up like in this weird sort of situation where we're both like, are we like, is this cool that we're doing this?
Tristan talks about how he has always been allergic to shellfish. He went to the hospital unconscious because of this. He is also allergic to certain makeup, and yet when Annika wears it or when she eats shellfish, she's completely fine. So my question is, how are they turning off an immune response? It's not a neurological thing, it's your entire immune system. Jeffrey Mishlove suggests that allergies might not be rooted in physical aspects of the body, like it's in the soul, but isn't the soul in this human body with physical limitations? One reason why someone might be allergic to shellfish is because their immune system sees it as a threat. This could be a psychosomatic response where the brain is influenced by real symptoms. So it's like if they actually, I don't know how you test for allergies, but it's like, would that come up positive for Tristan and not for Annika? Also in asthma, where the airways in the lungs can become inflamed and narrow and produce extra mucus. So in this way, like if Annika and Tristan were to go for a jog and halfway through Tristan would switch in, would the body just completely stop experiencing these symptoms? Tristan said that what helped him realize that he has a different life form inside him is Star Trek, which, you know, if you didn't know, is science fiction.
I know. I know I'm named after 7 of 9 from Star Trek. Annika.
So what are
is
we
my
supposed to do
magnum
now?
opus. Yeah, I know.
Stay put until we can come up with a plan.
Are you in charge here? What's the situation?
I'm Captain Kirahi, 3rd Infiltration Regiment STG. You and your crew have just landed in the middle of a hot zone. Every AA gun within 10 miles has been alerted to your presence.
Oh, that's just great. What now?
We stay put until the Council sends the reinforcements we requested.
We are the reinforcements.
What? You're all they sent? I told the Council to send a fleet.
We couldn't understand your transmission. They sent me to investigate.
That is a repetition of our task. I lost half my men investigating this place.
So what have you found?
Saren's base of operations. He set up a research facility here, but it's crawling with Geth and very well fortified.
Is he here? Have you seen him?
No, but his Geth are everywhere, and we've intercepted some comms referring to Saren. This is his facility, there's no doubt about that.
What's Saren researching?
He's using the facility to breed an army of Krogan.
Cool.
How is that possible?
Apparently, Saren has discovered a cure for the genophage.
Cool.
What's so important about curing this genophage?
It was the solution to the Krogan problem.
We introduced the genophage to the Krogan population after the uprising, to quell their numbers. Without it, the Krogan will quickly overrun the galaxy. And these Krogan follow Saren.
Oh no.
The Geth are bad enough, but a Krogan army. He'd be almost unstoppable.
Exactly my thought. We must ensure that this facility and its secrets are destroyed.
Destroyed? I don't think so. Our people are dying. This cure can save them.
If that cure leaves this planet, the Krogan will become unstoppable. We can't make the same mistake again.
We are not a mistake.
Yeah.
Is he going to be a problem? We already have enough angry Krogan to deal with.
Don't worry about it, Captain.
I do worry. That's why I'm still alive. Why don't you go talk to the Krogan? My men and I need some time to come up with a new plan of attack. In the meantime, if you need any supplies, you can talk to Commander Rentola. He's in one of the tents nearby.
Looks like things are a bit of a mess.
Yeah. I wouldn't be so worried if it wasn't for Rex. Looks like he's gonna blow a gasket.
You think I should go talk to him?
It wouldn't hurt. Well, it might, actually. Just do it carefully.
I'll be careful. But be ready, just in case.
I'm always ready.
Alright, well this is a good place to cut it off for now.
And ultimately that's what this is. It's this whole TikTok thing, it was just to show the world something entirely new.
They talk about how they did end up getting a DID diagnosis even though they don't have some of the hallmarks of the disorder. And so, I mean, I'm obviously not a diagnostic professional, but my question is, Why would somebody diagnose them with DID if they don't have all of the diagnostic criteria? I'm interested as to why they didn't entertain the idea of a psychotic disorder or a factitious malingering disorder. And in the interview, they did speak. It was amazing how clearly they can speak in two different voices, and the variations don't change. Like, I could absolutely never speak in two different voices without messing up. I mean, maybe if you took lessons in voice acting, but I mean, if you do go back to the TikToks that they made, it does seem as though they did, like, they do have a more dramatized voice in their TikTok videos.
Yeah. Is this platonic, or is it romantic? I don't know. Why don't you tell me? I love you. I love you too. With all my heart, in all the ways that a person can love and be loved.
Alright, this is almost over. Thank God.
Which is convenient, because it's the same heart.
They also talk about all of the hate they got online, which I obviously think there is no excuse for someone to be doxxed. That absolutely was not okay. But again, a lot of the hate that was coming towards them was because they were claiming DID. They say there's a lot of gatekeeping within the DID community, which is like, okay, you know, if you don't fit all of the diagnostic criteria, but now you're saying that you actually don't have DID and you're angry at people for saying that your symptoms don't add up. They also talked about their experience with unidentified anomalous phenomenon. This can be used interchangeably with UFO or unidentified flying object, and they basically said that they have had multiple experiences with extraterrestrial beings. In this way, they are very special. They have all these different disorders and different experiences with extraterrestrial beings. They talk about an extraterrestrial being, or gray alien, if you know about aliens, you know, was standing over their bed and actually was able to see that they do have different souls and gave them two different experiences. They did move away from the DID community and found a Reddit page for experiencers. This is a safe space for experiencer-related discussions, sighting, contact, visitations, abductions, metaphysical experiences, telepathic, channeling, you know, mediumship, astral projection, etc. And I do understand that, like, it is hard to find the community that you fit best in, although it is funny how they left a community with specific standards, like you have to have the diagnostic criteria for DID, to a community where really anything could be possible. Finally, of course, we have not gotten through everything. They are actually able to channel or have mediumship. This means that you can actually contact a spirit, an angel, a extraterrestrial being. You know, we've all seen Long Island Medium. You know, she's actually able to contact people who have passed away.
I'm a daughter, I'm a grandmother. The only thing different is that I talk to dead people.
He says, and I need you to know that there truly is a God. And that my soul is at peace and dwells in heaven.
They say that they are psychic in a way, like they can sense that a family member is thinking about them, and then they call up the family member and they were like,
oh my gosh, I was just thinking about you.
That kind of leaves us with, okay, what is this? What's going on? What is this person genuinely experiencing? It's obviously not my place to say. I'm not their diagnostic professional. I'm not inside their brain. But number one, this could be a genuine experience. I don't know all about this metaphysical stuff. Maybe it is actually generating certain parts of their experiences, although I don't know. It seems like at the very least they genuinely believe this is a real experience. Although I will admit that I am quite naive, and when you go back and watch some of their TikToks, it's like, but again, I literally don't know. I would love to hear you all's thoughts in the comments, although obviously none of us can really know what's going on inside their brains. So anyways, thank you very much for joining me on this video. I understand that this
Alright, and thank you everyone for joining me tonight. I'm gonna head off and get some sleep before I hop back on and do some more. Feels like I'm wrapping up Mass Effect almost, so that's good, I guess.
World to me, but to everyone, I hope you have a good day, night, whatever the case may be, and peace out.
Exactly. Peace out. Goodbye. Good night. It's time to go. Have a good one. See you next time.